This is good. Is the northern Chinese,
可能会贵一点。
北南西北东，
而且我是的北
northeast。
就比较短，我开始没有，我不知道我要去。
Do they take salty food or not
对对
salty?
对，26号开学就之前。
Salty or not salty? 东北。Salty or not salty?
A little bit.
You mean the food in Dongbei?
Yeah.
Food in Northeast China. Not salty.
Salty.
Yeah.
This is not salty.
A little bit.
Little bit,
but it's not the traditional one.
Okay.
But it's not traditional one.
But yeah, it's the traditional one for Langmin's family, but not traditional from all of the northeast of China.
Alright, okay. Okay, so you have a mainstream dumpling.
Yeah, because it's special one. He's Muslim.
He's a Muslim
yeah,
dumpling. Okay.
Special one.
Oh, Muslim dumpling then. Okay, yeah, family recipe kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I would imagine it's saltier or something maybe. It's not that salty. Come. Okay, Kyla, you ready? I'm hitting another one here.
Funny? Huh? Wait there. Yeah.
So this slide is on you.
Sorry? What do you mean? Wait there.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, I'm not supposed to be here because I'm supposed to be in KL. My wife is in the hospital in KL, so went through surgery yesterday.
Yesterday.
So actually, our plan is to be in KL for 1-2 weeks for her recovery. But then, I guess because I'm lucky, because I decided not to go. We decided I'm not there, so I'm here. So that's where. Yeah.
Oh my God. How is the surgery?
I'm gonna thank God, but it went well. So.
Okay, that's a good news. Yeah.
That's good.
Right.
So from time to time, I will be checking my phone also, so to find out how she is progressing. Yeah. Okay, but thank God also, my brother Riza, is that not that? Okay, not that. His wife is actually a doctor too, so she's helping my wife to check on her. Yeah. Okay, we're ready, Caroline.
Okay.
Okay, my title is the Corporate Social Responsibility of Green Food and Consumer Purchasing Tension in China.
We're talking about food today, then.
Yes,
food. Green food.
Next. So the content comes from my paper. Basically, it's the introduction, literature review, and methodology.
This is getting ready for presentation,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The first, let's begin. The China central government has long prioritized the promotion of the specialized agriculture, ecological farming, and green food production. However, practical adoption faced hurdles with increased demand hindered by challenging in verifying adherence to standards. The green food businesses use certification labels for safety assurance, but the instance of misuse and public visibility undermine their authority, impacting consumer decisions. Recent instances like the 2022 exposed on the Tuken portal here heightened concerns leading to negative branding and consumer reluctance to purchase products associated with safety issues. The corporate social responsibility emerges as a solution, influencing consumer perceptions and navigating challenges like manufacturing cost and industry awareness. Next page. So it's a program statement. Until now, corporate social responsibility has predominantly been regarded as a matter within the corporate realm. The majority of existing literature on this subject adopts a managerial standpoint, exploring how companies can most effectively address the specific expectation of predominantly external stakeholders. It delves into the impact of CSR initiatives on corporate performance and examines the factors that drive companies to actively participate in CSR. Despite the abundance of literature discussing these matters, this is an ongoing and lively debate about formulating a comprehensive and widely accepted conceptualization of CSR. A significant portion of the debate revolves around stakeholder theory, as it clearly outlines for whom corporations should assume responsibility but does not define the specific responsibilities that a corporation should uphold. Apart from these conceptual challenges, companies also exhibit various approaches to CSR activities. While some corporations generally integrate CSR into their operations, others treat it merely as a rhetoric device, confined to the realms of the PR department and lacking substantive commitment. Next page. So treating CSR exclusively as a corporate matter overlooks the perspective of stakeholders beyond the company and its investors. This poses a potential issue, as the management must be attuned to the various expectations of multiple stakeholders considering CSR. It is only through actively listening to the stakeholders' concerns that a corporation can develop comprehensive CSR strategies tailored to the needs of different stakeholders. Given the pivotal role of the consumers in marketing, marketers should especially heed consumers' opinions on CSR. To gain a complete understanding of how CSR impacts consumers' purchasing intention and the different conditions, marketing managers should integrate both corporate and consumer perspectives on CSR. Consequently, this research seeks to offer a thorough comparison and comprehension of CSR practice and the consumer's intention to purchase based on these CSR initiatives. So, based on the program statement, I submit the research objective and the research questions.
Morning. Can I share somewhere?
Yes, the research questions is how do corporations conceptualize and implement CSR practice? What are the key factors of CSR influencing the consumer purchasing intention? How do corporations and consumers defend the responsibility of corporations in the realm of CSR? What are the stages of CSR development in corporations and how do consumers perceive these stages? And finally, what do corporate and consumer perceptions of CSR align or differ? So the objectives is objective is examine the conceptualizations and the implementation of CSR practice in corporations. Identify the key factors of CSR that significantly influence the consumer purchase intentions. Define and compare the perspective of corporations and the consumers regarding the responsibility of corporations in the realm of CSR. Investigate the stages of CSR development within corporations and explore consumers' purchase intention of these stages. And finally, examine the alignment of divergence between the corporate and consumer perception of CSR, seeking to understand how these different perspectives may impact the consumer's purchase intention. So, this research will offer three main contributions to academia and practice. First, it will contribute to the advertisement of CSR and the consumer purchasing intention literature by examining how companies practice and how consumers perceive CSR. The study identifies CSR domains and assesses the overlap between corporate practice and consumer perception of CSR domains. Second, the paper will contribute to knowledge in the field of marketing and CSR by providing a clear conceptualization of CSR from both corporate and consumer points of view. Third, the typologies of CSR practice and the consumer CSR perceptions will offer a diagnostic tool enabling companies to assess their own CSR behavior. For researchers, it will provide a systematic basis to track corporate CSR trajectories over time and compare these initiatives with resultant consumer purchase intention. Next page. So the literature review is focused on the definition of CSR. CSR is a concept that has been recognized for its breadth and complexity. The literature presents over 40 definitions of CSR, promoting scholars to call for a unified understanding. The studies adopt the definition proposed by the European Commission, as it encompasses the key issues addressed in this paper. According to the European Commission, CSR is defined as a concept whereby companies integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operations and in their interaction with their stakeholders on a voluntary basis. And some scholars like the Campbell supplements this perspective by emphasizing the importance of stakeholders. He assessed that companies must not knowingly do anything that could harm their stakeholders, and if corporations do cause harm to their stakeholders, they must then rectify it whenever the harm is discovered and brought to the attentions. The authors found those definitions suitable for these studies due to the strong stakeholder focus and the comprehensive view of CSR. Next is, however, these conceptualizations have three significant limitations. Firstly, they exclusively address the business assets rather than encompassing the broader concept of corporate social responsibility. They only present a few selected stakeholders, neglecting the discussion of diverse stakeholder demands, and those conceptualizations solely consider the corporate perspective, overlooking other stakeholders' voice. So next. Okay, next. Just some literature about the definition, so I skipped that one. So this research, back to, okay. The research adopts the broader perspective of stakeholder, acknowledging that socially responsible companies interact with a multitude of stakeholders beyond the shareholders, customers, and employees. The premier purpose of the stakeholder theory is to ascertain whether and why corporates attend to the interests of stakeholders along with their own immediate corporate interest. It delves into defining what a corporation is, identifying its stakeholders, and determining which stakeholders has a legitimate interest in the corporation's performance. So I submit two research gaps. The gap one is CSR is a concept that poses elusive, malleable, and somewhat blurry in the literature. This conceptualization largely stems from the inadequate conceptualization, while while the normative contributors have outlined what a company CSR should encompass. Few scholars have endeavored the empirical investigate these studies. The gap two is the existing literature has predominantly focused on the corporate perspective, neglecting the voice of other stakeholders. Furthermore, it has centered on the selective stakeholders such as the company, employees, customers, and suppliers, placing a great emphasis on the ethics rather than CSR. In contrast, some people exclusively explore the ethical attentions from a consumer standpoint, but they tend to concentrate solely on the ethics rather than considering CSR. Moreover, they fail to compare the consumer expectation in business ethics with the corporate ethical practice. So the paper aim to address these limitations by developing a grounded theory that encompasses from both the consumer and the corporate perspective within the CSR domains. So the methodology. So the field of CSR and consumer behavior research is relatively nascent, and particularly in the realm of consumers' perceptions of CSR, there exists a complex area that requires further exploitation. Therefore, the qualitative research emerges as an apt approach for knowledge generation, given the ability to dive into and comprehend perceptions, beliefs, and values. Semi-structured in-depth interviews are deemed suitable for this research. More specifically, a grounded theory approach is employed as its purpose to identify the dimensions, construct the process, formulate typologies, and provide a useful means to address questions about the adequacy of period conceptualization of a relatively well-established construct and facilitators or implications of a contrast. The purposive sampling. Purposive sampling will be employed in the section of interviews. This means the managers and the customers will be chosen who can provide valuable insights into the research program addressed in this study. The companies in the sampling are greenfield corporations in China. The format comes from a variety of departments such as CSR, corporate communications and marketing, and most are responsible for the CSR management in their corporations. With regard to the consumer respondents, the underlying dimensions for purpose sampling is consumers' attitude towards CSR. To this end, consumers will be selected who are verifying levels of interest and different attitudes towards CSR-related issues, such as organic products. Furthermore, consumers with different backgrounds will be chosen. So, in total, 30 in-depth interviews will be conducted with the manager and the companies. And those are the details of the interview. So I'm will skip this picture. And finally, is the data analysis. The analysis of qualitative data will involve basic steps including the coding, comparing the codes into broader categories and themes, and interpreting the results. Thematic content analysis will be employed through an inductive process to identify themes and categories In the first type, categories related to the phenomena, the open coding will be formed. And in the second step, one category from the open coding list will be identified as the central phenomenon. Third, the axial coding dealing with the central phenomenon will be undertaken. Finally, all the categories will be drawn upon to develop a typology. And this typology means the domains of CSR. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, welcome.
Joe was good.
What is that?
Joe was
Yeah. So try this one. Lan Bin's family made it, so it's a Muslim dumpling.
Oh, good.
I don't know what's the difference, Muslim dumpling, Christian dumpling.
Halal.
Halal would be the right word to use. Halal. Because if you use a Muslim dumpling, it'd be a Christian dumpling, Buddhist dumpling. Halal, yeah, right. Halal is Qingzhen.
Halal.
Yeah. I've been using your class, but then I'm like very delicate because should I bring in this or should I put it as a decoration, because the flask that you gave me, right, in China. So I was like, not sure I should drink from it or should just put it there as a decorative item. So I have
decoration,
I want to bring it here, but then I can say, but I bring it here, then I might break it or whatever because it's
I see.
this money.
Yeah. It's hard.
It's harder, and I can always buy more from Lotus, Bring it back from Lotus.
Yes.
Okay. Before I go in and ask more questions, just a quick question, yeah. What makes you change your mind from studying the Fujia?
Change it again.
Firstly, based on the last title, when I put the keywords 土家 and something like other words in the WOS, I cannot find even one reference.
Oh, okay, all right.
So it's very all the reference comes from China. It's all Chinese, and they are all focused on the what 土家 is and what is the culture, and just like this. But there's nothing. There's no. So consequently, I cannot find enough reference.
Okay.
And I cannot even find some exactly the define of some words. So, and the second reason is my offer is focused on CSR. So I decided to change back to research the CSR.
Okay, all right. That's the reason. I thought some personal reason that Sujara doesn't want people to know about who they are and things like that. Okay, it's good that you shared that with me. Number one is that if the reference is not in WS or not in English text, right? There are a lot of works that are not in English, right? There's the Arabic literature, which is vast in nature. There's the African literature is vast. A lot there that's not written in English, sorry, unless they've been colonized. But then the colonization only occurs a certain period, right? Before that is our own language. So when there is no reference, that's actually a great thing to have. You have one huge gap, whichever you shoot, you hit it, right? And you're like one big gap, right? Because there's no reference at all. So you don't have to prove there's a gap. You say, well, there's a big vacuum,
Huge gap.
Big, black hole in the sky or something. It's not like, it's not a gap anymore. So if you're still passionate to do that, and you'll be the only expert in Tujia CSR. You think about that because a lot of CSR doesn't associate culture from an ethnic point of view, right? And I think it's time, especially we talk about, and the way you're defining CSR right now is using a consumer perspective, right? But I just want to tell you, so that you understand your choices. I just want to, it's your choice what you want to do. I'm telling you that you could, and if it's Chinese reference, right? You can always translate it. You can always translate it. There's no problem with that. So for postgraduate studies, master's, PhD, if the references are in other languages, you can always translate it, put it in. Right? So which also means that the West doesn't understand. Not just East, that we have to understand Tujia and the culture. So, if let's say, right, if you go back, you after the presentation or whatever, right, you so decide to revive that idea of your studying the Tujia, becoming a Tujia expert, you can do that. You can still do that, right? Okay, and or you can contextualize this to Tujia, right? And you can or Tujia family or region, right? This one, you can study them using this, studying them, right? You can do that too. But the choice is yours. It's not. I'm not going to study Tujia. I think one of my students who just applied. I'm not sure. Because they came with an application, wanted to study Tujia, but she or he, I think it's a she. It's a she, I think, did not, because I just look at the application. It's not a Tujia, it's which is interesting right now. So, just for you all to note, that doesn't mean that the reference is not there, you cannot study it, right? In fact, it's actually good that it's not there, because you don't have to say that you compare this guy says that person says this guy says that, and then you have to compare. There is nothing, there's like a big hole in the sky.
Yeah.
So it's actually a good thing. So
You will be founder.
you'll be the founder, yeah. Yes. You'll be the founder, and it be. And if you take the CSR slant, right, CSR angle, is studying something like this. So it's not just culture is ethnic group, right? Minority group, right? So it would be a pioneer not just for Tujia, right, but also CSR as well. CSR, pioneer CSR, studying minority group. Anyway, I'm going to comment based on what you presented, right? But bear in mind that you could always have the choice to go back to what you want to do earlier on. Okay, what is it? Just a quick one, just a quick detour of my own discussion. You can proceed with your submission. The only thing is I'm not sure is about the yellow highlights. You give me a list and it's a yellow highlight. You just explain to me afterwards.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no problem with that, then just go proceed.
So we need time together.
But the rest are okay. Only because these are the list of corrections you made, right? And I don't know why we highlighted. There's some
Highlighted.
the blue, not blue, yellow highlight.
Yellow highlight. I adjusted already. I need to check it.
Okay, you mean to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is your action list, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. The rest is okay. Just on that part, I just want to tell me why do you highlight it in yellow, because the rest is.
I learned this from the papers.
All right. Yeah.
The journals.
They do highlight.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they put a review box to it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. The title itself, right? The title itself. Okay. Now the title, you actually have intention there, right? Right. So if you say intention, you're uh, limiting it to intention. Limiting the intention, meaning I intend to buy, but I haven't bought it yet, right? If you're doing something on intention, then your research might not be deep enough for PhD research, right? But your research actually is more the intention, if I understand correctly, right? So maybe the title, you want to find a title that's more general consumer purchases perspective, something like that. But you want to revisit, rethink the word intention, right? Yeah. And when you explain to me, and it sounds like you're developing some kind of you're constructing a new kind of definition of CSR by combining the corporate and the consumer perspective. Something like that, right?
This is conceptualization.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. I just want to have the general line of thought that you have, so that I can give the feedback according to what you have to do. Then it's true. A number of you are doing CSR as well. I think Jin, you're doing CSR too,
Yeah.
right? Simin, you're doing CSR too, right? Who else is doing CSR? Jonathan?
赵雷，
Zhao Lei is doing CSR. Zhao Lei is there.
赵成长，
赵成
哦，这瑞还有一个忘了，
Huh?
赵雷
Okay. Who else is doing CSR? Anyone there else? No? Alright. I think who did the presentation the last time? Besides
Jimmy.
Jimmy, you did it. Okay. I'll share. So I'm going to give some similar feedback, right? Ye Feng and you presented,
Yeah.
but you were the one who did on CSR. So it's a couple of things that I like to highlight about CSR, those who are doing CSR. It is important that you, in the literature, right, cover the concept or this new field that is called ESG, yeah. ESG is a competing or contesting paradigm that is coming into the corporate world and creating a kind of new standard for the corporate world. So it's like CSR and then there's ESG, right? And it seems that for some time now the corporates or the discourse is shifting towards ESG, but the last couple months, right, it seems that the ESG has been challenged by the one that is actually promoting it itself, right? Because ESG is, I think I've discussed this before with Chimin as well, because there's a big giant behind that's for ESG, then this big giant is called Blackstone, that has shifted away from ESG, and suddenly the whole world is shaken by this shift of focus away from ESG, right? So there's a corporate war up there happening, the ideological war, right? Corporate ideological war, right? Which is, I think, weird, but I think it's driven by capitalist interests because ESG is very much an investment perspective, right? Anyway, bring that into your literature and have a discussion on that so that you cover the ground on ESG, and if there's a discussion or a question that is posed during the Viva stage, you can answer it, right? And it's like talking about theory of relativity without talking about Einstein, you must talk about Einstein, or talking about without talking about Confucius, it's like you cannot do that. Right? So now if you're talking about CSR and standards, company standards, you must talk about ESG too, right? So it has become a very dominant paradigm of standards in the corporate world. Okay, that's one. The other thing is that bear in mind, and I think Jonathan responded as well last time about the idea of having a policy perspective, public policy perspective. Right? CSR is a policy, but then we're talking about public policy. So, but you're not analyzing public policy, but you will have public policy implication or recommendation towards the end. So, bear in mind while you're doing this one, you want to have some thoughts about how this connects to public policy. And, certainly, this one connects to public policy. We're talking about green food, right? And where does regulation comes in? When we talk about regulation, oftentimes it's public policy. The only thing is that public policy sometimes is not governed by government. Sometimes it's governed by some other authorities. Sometimes, right? But I think China, is a good government there. They don't let go of power easily, right? So they will make sure they have power on things, which actually is good, depending. Now, whether the government is bad or good is another story, but the government should be involved in lawmaking, in making regulation, instead of letting go of regulation to some independent body who they cannot control. Actually, somebody else is controlling the independent body, right? So at least the government is controlling it, right? Hopefully the people are controlling the government, but that's not necessarily the case either. But that's a different story, right? So that's the other part that you want to bear in mind. It's not the most important part, but it is a relevant part because we are in CPR right now.
Yes.
Okay, I was concerned about your vacuum, but you have answered my question about the vacuum now. Let's go to the next slide. All right, good that you have your table contents there, introduction. Now, I'm going to make notes about your presentation first before I go to content, right? So your presentation, the parts that you want to improve is two things. One is to highlight keywords. You kind of highlighted some keywords here, you have highlighted the keywords here, right? But you want to highlight more keywords because when you have not too many. So when you have one paragraph, there should be one keyword in one paragraph or something, maybe two, but not 5 keywords. Usually everything is keywords, right? Just 1 or 2 words, right? The other thing is that make the words visible, and some of the words now was not too visible, cannot be read easily, right? So when you have yellow on white, you need to make it visible, right? You can make it visible by making the words having shadow or something, or change it to different color, right? So otherwise it'll be like it's straining my eyes trying to figure out what you're so that's the presentation. So you have the right a number of slides because your presentation did not exceed, I think, 20 minutes. I think it's within the range. This is good. You want to practice to make it much more smooth, and that is also about practicing, your English verbal presentation there, right? So and especially if certain words are keywords to you, like ethical, right? So you did not pronounce ethical just now. You said some other word. I'm not sure what you said, no? But it did not sound like ethical, right? So keywords, if you're not sure, just highlight it, Google it, and you can listen to how it's pronounced. Right? So it doesn't matter if you pronounce the word influencing differently, but if you say corporate social responsibility, it should sound like corporate social responsibility because that's your keyword, right? So especially on keywords, you want to make sure you pronounce it correctly. Now, I understand you are not we are all not native speakers, right? And we all have our own accent, the Arab accent, the Malay accent, the Chinese accent, the Indonesian accent, whatever, the Jokowi accent, whatever. Today's election day, right? Today's election day.
The voting result.
What then?
Today.
Tonight will be the result.
Tonight,
President.
but you guys got quick count, so it's like,
Quick count.
quick count is when people go out and ask, who did you vote, who did you vote? Yeah.
Yeah.
So immediately they know the result.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh, immediately.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Then people go, who do you vote? Give me $10 or so. Yeah. Well, because our leaders have their own accent too, right? So Jokowi has his own English accent. The Xi Jinping will have his own Chinese accent.
Yes.
Don't forget, he's American educated, right?
Yeah.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
He went to
America?
Minnesota or some.
I think it's her daughter, his daughter.
His daughter. Oh,
Minnesota.
not him.
I think he has studied in Russia.
Russia.
Russia, yeah.
Oh, that's even better. Okay. Chinese, Russian, English accent there.
Wow. Okay, that's bad.
I like to check.
In Russia.
I'm not sure.
I cannot remember. He has a foster family in US, something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe I was wrong there. Anyways, going back to that one. So the point here is, the important words you want to have the right. You know how to pronounce it correctly, right?
Yes.
So this one has to do with your presentation. So the time management is already good. You have your slides are clear, right? I'm not sure what the picture there, by the way, but it's okay. It looks like some tragedy or something like that.
The left one is the certification label
Okay,
for the
okay.
green food.
Alright.
食品
食品.
which has already been misused. Sometimes, sometimes if we want to buy some, the safety food, we even choose the halal certificate.
Okay.
Because if you see the halal certification, it's a halal food.
Okay.
But if you see the green food, it's maybe not.
Okay. So alright. That's an important point, by the way. It's an important point. So what you want to do is you put a bracket there so that we know, because not many people can read Chinese,
Okay.
So it's also, and older Chinese, not older educated Chinese tend to read the 繁体字不是简体字. This is
繁体字。
the li is 简体字.
It's just a label.
Yeah?
It's just a label.
Just a label, but just put bracket there, green food certification label.
Yes,
Maybe you can do the PS. Do the PS to translate the list shipping into
Yeah, that's true.
a little bit PS.
Yeah. And what's the picture on the right there?
It's a food crisis, which has been reported by the journalists. They doing this kind of pickles with the uncertified hygiene precision, and they use their bare feet to stab into these pickles.
Yes.
Okay.
It used to be the hottest issue last year in China.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why I chose this topic.
Alright, good.
So it just brings a lot of concern about how safe is our food.
The consumers worried about
Safety, alright.
because of the issue.
Food crisis.
So what you want to have is a little caption, or after having this little caption of that quote, because these are good points, by the way, you can have after your thank you or something like that, putting it back and then you can have an after presentation highlights of your points. So, no, because you are raising something very important there because of the green food certification has been questioned, right, as a general. So that's actually a salient point, an important point in your research. So you can put answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have extra time, you can talk about it, right? Or you can just spend 1 minute or 30 seconds just talk about it. Or that's, yeah, so that's green food, there's a green food certification, and now there's a problem in public trust towards the green food certification, and just like you explained to me very quickly.
So I could use 1 minute to introduce this.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah. Whatever it is, work within the time frame, what the time limit is given to you. Okay, let's go to your next one, Hanif. So here is where you do not have any highlights at all. You see that? Right. You have a lot of text without highlights. You do have the bold stakeholders theory, and all that, but you need to have other highlights there. Okay. Okay, so the way you're problematizing this is that the current theory and current definition of CSR is very much corporate-driven definition of CSR. Okay, but, so you want to have a different, a more inclusive, a more comprehensive kind of definition of CSR, right? So you want to, and then you have the gaps after that. All right. I just want to understand that. So this one you need to make it, what is it? The keywords. Highlight the keywords. So here you introduce stakeholders theory, right? And you were saying that it is broad and it is not specific. So you have stakeholders theory, right? You're there at point number 3, the bullet point number 2, square point number 3 there. It's like stakeholders theory. Oftentimes it's being used in CSR, by the way, because it's easy to use. But you raise a good point because it's general, it's not specific, right? So you're highlighting that as a problem statement. So that is clear. So when you have something like that, right? You're making a point. So what you want to highlight in here is that does not define that. See the word, but does not define.
The define is on literature review.
Yeah, but it is this, you have it there. As it clearly outlines for whom corporation should assume responsibility, but does not define. So you highlight does not define.
Define.
Does not define. So because you're emphasizing that point. That's what I'm saying. So it's not just concept, but something that you want, a point you want to make, right? So you highlight or bold the word. Does not define. So that's why for you guys as well, when you prepare your presentation, right, you emphasize the words that you want to, you highlight or embolden the word that you want to emphasize. So stakeholder theory does not define specifically, right? So that's the keyword. So all right, let's move on to the next one. Okay, you're still in the problem statement. You want to be careful if you have problem statement more than one slide because sometimes you might take more time, but then it seems like you're managing the time quite okay. So usually for the rest of you want to maintain problem statement into just one slide, right? But if you can manage it within the time frame, it's fine, right? The issue is when you have more than one slide, the problem statement becomes blurry or broad and unfocused. When you have one slide, the problem statement becomes much more focused. What is it that you want to say, right? It seems like you don't have problem. So you want to do the same thing for this one, highlight the keywords or the key emphasis you want to research on, right? So consequently, the last part, the consequently research seeks to offer a thorough comparison and comprehension of CSR practices and consumers' intention. So you want to highlight CSR practices and consumers' intention there, something like that, right? Based on these CSR initiatives. Okay.
By the way, the consumer's intentions, which words will be better? So instead of intentions.
So that's what we want to discuss. If we will go to the research objective, we want to discuss that one. Because I think, as I said, I'm going to revisit the idea. Okay, let's go to this one. This is the complex, the essence, the heart of your research. How do the noun becomes small? Yeah? We want to make it bigger. The words, make it bigger, yeah. Right. See, Hanif is thinking multiple tasks, multiple perspectives. Doing this and then doing that at the same time.
Multitasking.
Making notes. So it's like highly
Talented person.
highly talented, highly. It's not just not handling just the scrolling down, scrolling up. You know, that's a good thing.
At the same time, listen.
Listen, and make notes. Make notes also. So like, it's like this is why I like HI more than AI. Human intelligence is much more better than intelligence. You remember, I told you, right? I like HI more than AI. Because AI, you got to instruct the AI, right? HI, it's usually detect new problem, new situation, new opportunities, but sometimes they also create problems, and that's another problem. They're so smart, they create their own problems, and then we have to solve the problem together, right? But that's part of it. Okay, how do corporations conceptualize and implement CSR practices? And what are the key factors of CSR influencing consumers' purchase intention? How do corporations and consumers define the responsibilities of corporations in the realm of CSR? That is almost so zero. Question number one and question number three, they are overlapping, right? There's overlap there because conceptualizing and defining the responsibility is, so that's the there's a overlap there, right? Conceptualize and implement, right? So the other one is define the differences that you bring in the consumers here in. So what you want to do is remove the cooperation part from research question number 3, remove the cooperation, put it into question number 1, and retain the consumer in research question number 3. Okay, so make research question number 3 about the consumers, make question number 1 about the corporation. Right, this just make clear. But by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm like skipping lunch. So if you all want to go for lunch in between, go ahead. Because we started late. I'm the mother, the father of my home right now, so I'm managing a lot of things at the same time. Right? Okay. So I'm skipping lunch. Right? Mother, father, employer, so I have a maid right now. Which is arrived, so I'm like doing a lot of things at the same time. Where is the you also have key factors of CSR, right? Okay, here is where you're using grounded theory later on. So grounded theory you can lead to key factors, okay? Here is where I would put if you have question number 3 focusing on consumers, right? Then question number 2 can be subsumed under question number 3. So either you put question number 2, put it together with question number 3 because it's also about consumer, right? Or you put question number 2 as a sub to question number 3. Meaning question number 3 has a sub question underneath it, right? So you can do that. And, Okay. So your research question number 1 is not just conceptualize and implement CSR. You actually have the how. Yeah, this is actually the same, right? How do corporations conceptualize? Conceptualize and define this same meaning there. Implement. Okay. So you can omit the corporation's word from RQ3, then there's no problem with that one, because you're putting it under question number 1. Right? Let's see your question number 4. What are the stages of CSR development in corporations, and how do consumers perceive these stages? Okay, what kind of findings are you looking for under this one? For research question number 4. What do you envision? When we say stages, what do you mean?
Stages, that means stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Firstly, how you think, the kind of, first like the stages. It's a framework of the consumers to determine to buy something or not. The stages is in the framework. So it's just like some thinking inside the see.
Okay. You're saying that the process. Here you're actually emphasizing the consumers, right? How do so the stages of CSR development in corporation, so the way you phrase it, it sounds like the stages of CSR, the corporation, right? Here you're asking about the, what am I doing? Here you're asking the, it's like
Strategy.
So this one has like a 2-part question, but you're interested about the consumer's way of thinking. Is that?
Yes, I would like to compare their thinking and the corporation's thinking.
All right, okay.
The grading system and consumer.
All right, okay.
Maybe the same word CSR, but maybe from the PR department or the consumer may have the totally different thinking.
All right, I see.
So
Okay.
I would like to. So firstly, stage 1, stage 2.
Okay.
So which part is different of the line?
All right. So, okay. Right. Okay. So the question should be what are the process, and so you take out the word stages, you replace it with the process. The process of you said what? What did you say? CSR development. Okay. So the company CSR development. There's this. It could start from a survey from consumers, right? Examine the policies of the government, right? What is the interest of the stakeholders, stockholders, shareholders? That's stage 1, right? Stage 2, bring it all together and see where the overlapping is, right? Or do a prioritization process, materiality process. You're talking about that kind of stages for the company, right? So how do they arrive at a CSR policy, right? Okay, so, and then for the consumers, you want to see how consumers process and develop a CSR.
Yes. Understanding.
Understanding, okay.
Perspective.
Okay, all right. So you want to talk about not necessarily CSR development, because you say CSR development, then when you what company CSR development, the stages is much. It's not just the perspective. Here we're talking about perspective only, right? You're not talking about after the perspective. There's data collection, and then there's implementation of the implementation of the CSR. You're not talking about that, right? You're talking about just the perspective of CSR, right?
No, I mean, I'm focused on the, how to say, they are all the implement or the initiatives of the company and the consumers opening about the CSR development of the corporate.
Okay. Okay. So company does A, B, C, D, right? What does consumer, like Muqtadi right now, right, is viewing A, viewing B, viewing C, viewing D, like that. So you need to find out what the company does first, and then you ask the consumer. Is that what? So the company will tell you, this is what I do. I do 5 things: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, right? And then you ask the consumer. I'm asking whether this is what you are asking, right? And then the consumer says, well, what do you think about A? What do you think about B? What do you think about C? Is that what you're asking, or you're not asking about that? Or you're asking, Muqtadi, how did you arrive at your thinking about CSR?
Both of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not only, so the first one is especially in the semi-in-depth interview. So I have some questions to ask them, and then I have some, opening question to explore something maybe I'm not struck in.
Right. Okay. So both of them. So how is this? How are we going to work this out? So you want to find out what does a company do, the whole CSR, not just when you're talking about CSR, it's up to the end of the implementation of CSR, right? And you're talking about that. So they from point A until Z, A, B, C, D up to Z. So that's the whole thing. And then you want to ask the consumer, what do you think about A, B, C, D until Z, right? Okay, and then you want to ask the consumer, what is your thinking process about CSR?
Yes.
Separately. Okay, and then what do you intend to arrive at that? So you have this. It's going to be a long interview with the consumer, by the way, right?
Complicated down.
Maybe more, because if you're talking about the companies, I'm not saying you should not do it, could not do it, whatever, but you need to know what does it entail, how much time you have, all that, right? So the company might have a long process in developing the CSR, right? But you have to ask them about what the company does to develop the CSR. Is that you want to do that? I'm okay with that. If you want to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to do that. Okay, you want to do that. And then you want to ask the consumer, how does the consumer think and arrive at their perspective of CSR? Is that right also? Yeah? Okay. Alright, so you have quite a complex kind of research here. So, and your research question needs to show that you're asking both separate this out, these two. So one is
So it show it in the research questions.
Research question itself. So what are the stages of CSR development in the corporation. Yeah, that's the question. That's one question. And number 2, sub question to question number 4 is, what do consumers think about the stages of the CSR development?
Put it in the
Question number 4.
number 4.
Yeah. What do the consumers think or view or interpret view of the stages of CSR development that is being carried out by the corporation, right? That's one question by itself. So you have a sub question underneath that question, but then you also have another question, right? How do they arrive at their perspective of CSR, right?
Yes.
So that actually can fall under that question can fall under where is it? The consumer's question, which is question number 3. Oh no, question number is it? So question number 3
Is it not?
question number, that question there, the consumer question. Yeah? It's a consumer question.
5.
But I think Victor, question 3 and question 5
Looks
thing
similar.
can
Yeah.
combine together.
Simplify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question 3, question 5 can combine together. Because we know it's question 5. Question 3 is, it's my point of view.
Alright. So basically you're going to compare contrast, which is, that is actually question number 5, you're comparing. Right. So question number 5 can be under question number 4 now. Right?
Yes.
Because you're just seeing how the consumer perception of CSR align or differ from the right. But perception of CSR here is not this perception. Basically you want to see, I think the word align and differ might not be right. How do they interpret the stages of CSR development, right? That's basically it. Now the question I'm asking you right now is, what do you intend to do with this information, with the findings you have? You have told me that, but I need you to be clear about what you do. It's in your presentation, by the way. I'm going to enjoy this now. What do you intend to do?
The findings. The findings.
From the findings, yeah. I think Lamping is right. If he opens up a restaurant selling dumplings, halal dumplings, he'll make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because I started with dumplings,
Yeah, bro.
because it's hard to find halal dumplings.
Find the halal one.
Halal
Very rare,
dumpling,
very
yeah,
difficult.
yeah.
Right.
It's an opportunity. Opportunity to get fortune.
By the way, you don't need to be a Muslim to sell halal dumpling, you know?
Yeah, anyone can sell.
No, anyone
Chinese
can.
can sell halal dumpling as well.
So you look at the chicken rice shop that you have in
Okay. Sorry, Victor. What the question? What? This is applicable. What your opinion about halal? What do you think about halal?
we go to that.
We can discuss later. We can discuss later.
What do you want to do with this information?
Fokus mau tadi.
Firstly, I think it's, I thought I found some research gap, so firstly to do something they don't do it before.
Okay.
Secondly, I think it may be a managerial approach I think it's
What approach?
managerial, maybe
What
for management.
management approach?
Yes.
Management approach,
I mean, the management approach means it should be used for our practice for the others, to enable, to provide for the other scholars.
So you actually have an answer just now, but the answer is embedded in your presentation. Somewhere here, which is your gap analysis, I think, right? Your gap analysis. So you talk about, can you go there, please?
Data analysis.
Yeah. Or significance, significance, I think. Yes, significance or gap. First, it will contribute to advancement CSR consumer purchases intention literature by examining the typologies, the paper will contribute knowledge of okay. So, go to the next one. Go to the next one. Yeah. So literature review, I think that analysis, I think.
Back.
What's gap analysis again?
So it's back.
Oh, is it again?
Yeah, we said you have some
Back to the back.
Westerners in your presentation and don't know why.
This. Down.
Down. The gaps.
Yeah. So you have here, right? Where is it? CSR's concept, largely stems from inadequate conceptualization, while normative contribution and outline what the company obtained. Yeah, so aimed that the paper, don't call it paper, you're writing a thesis, right? So the research aims to address this limitation by developing a grounded theory that encompasses both consumer and corporate perspective within CSR domain. Okay, grounded theory, what does it call? What does grounded theory call it? Using grounded theory, so you need to know grounded theory well. What does grounded theory call something like this? Then you're just grounded theory, man. What is it called? What does grounded theory call this?
Constructing from the ground.
Constructing there's one word that describes it. A model. Model. So your model to explain. Now, grounded theory is best used to explain the why question.
Yeah.
So that's why grounded theory is called, right?
So the end of the research is develop a theory.
Developing a theory of explaining why consumers develop a perspective about CSR on green food. That kind of thing. That's actually, by doing that, it's actually there in your work, in your own phrase there, right? That encompass both consumers and corporate perspective within CSR domain, right?
I think it's focused on the CSR domain.
Yeah, within the CSR domain. So, a model that explains why consumers develop CSR perspectives. CSR perspective, this is about CSR, right? Not about some other perspective, but CSR perspective, or perspective about CSR on consumer, on green food purchasing. Something like that. So you have that. So ultimately, otherwise it's like you get this information. What is it? What's the issue at hand here? So no one has developed this. You want to develop that, right? So you need to be clear what model they are developing, right? And grounded theory is about developing a model to explain why. Why do people smoke cigarettes? Why do basically it's a very strong why question there. Right? It's a why question, yeah. That why question, it's not easy to answer, but then grounded theory
claims that he can answer based on because it's grounded on the social actors, right? And what is it? You need to be clear about is that the model that you want to develop. What is that model? You know, you need to articulate. You need to be able to explain what is the model that you want to develop, right? So it might not be completely a synergy between these two perspectives between corporate and consumer. It might be more consumer's model of how CSR is relevant in their purchasing intention, in their purchasing, right? You want to know that, right? So you want to develop an explanation why consumers see CSR as important or not important, right? It can be important, it can be not important, depending on the findings, right? Or what type of CSR is important, right? For their purchasing decisions, right? I say that is another word. Instead of intention, you can use decisions, right? And by the way, there's a whole field called decision science. And by the way, that's another one. So you want to be clear on that. And that's the whole intention. Is that what you want? Is that what you're interested in?
Yes.
Right. Okay. I'm helping you to be clear about what you want. There, it's not what I want. It's what you want, right? If it's not what you want, then you change what you want. Now, what is the other things you need to be clear about is what is this difference between ethics and CSR? You kind of talk about ethics and CSR that way. I'm not sure where it's the literature review maybe, ethics and CSR.
Which one?
Further out, you were questioning. Rather, maybe this one, maybe this one.
The limitations.
No,
Ethics rather than.
Huh?
Go down.
Scroll down,
Go down. This is the first one.
Where is the ethics?
Limitation.
The first one.
Where? Oh, they exclusively address business ethics rather than encompassing the broader concept of corporate social responsibility.
Yes.
It's because you have three significant limitations there. Okay, good. Thank you, Mudadi. They only present few selected stakeholders, neglecting discussion of diverse stakeholders. All right. So, and then you also have another discussion somewhere talking about ethical there, different classifications of ethical there. That's the word ethical.
Yes.
So that is stay in that slide there. The same slide, slide underneath there. Okay. Different classifications of ethical practices and CSR initiatives have been developed by the Commerce. So, they're ethics driven there. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of ethics, there's a lot of ethics work there. Oh, thank you, I highlighted that. So, you need to be clear about, how are you differentiating, are you CSR versus ethics, or is actually CSR as part of ethics, or is there ethics in CSR, kind of thing.
Yes, because I read some reference. It just investigate especially the attitude of consumers. Most of them are focused on the ethical issue. So, do you think the companies should do something or should not do? They are not focused on the process or the stages of the attitude and why our purchasing intention. Yes,
okay, so you define ethics from the prescriptive point of view, right? Right. Right. Let's see. Okay. So now it's important to see that the point there is also about ethics is not so. ethics is not just about the should do. Ethics is actually a wider concept than just asking should the company do this, should the company do that. You know, ethics is all aspect of life or aspect of economic life. There's ethics involved. Production process, there's ethics involved. Marketing, there's ethics involved. Purchasing, there's ethics involved, right? Am I buying this from a source that is exploiting the children, exploiting the women, exploiting the poor, exploiting kind of thing? That's purchasing ethics, right? Marketing, am I using marketing, marketing to the underage people, or am I using sexuality for marketing? Am I, the kind of, that's ethical as well. So ethical can easily replace the word responsible. You see that? Responsible marketing, ethical marketing, responsible purchasing.
It's different as.
So you will need to see the how is it different, or so the maybe you want to ask a different, you want to talk about a different gap here. It's not the gap of ethical expectation. What the gap is, it's not ethical, because CSR is ethical. It's about ethics. Okay, well, have a discussion with me. CSR is about responsibility, being responsible. Yeah.
So it's back to the definition.
It's back to the
What
definition.
is the ethical?
Yeah.
Responsibility.
Yeah. I mean, the overlap is big. It's big overlap with the ethical and responsible.
Definitely a big overlap.
Yeah, big overlap. However,
I think it's different.
how is it? So here you're saying that what is it? Neglecting the voices of stakeholders, such as, okay, here hard to read, community or employees, customer, suppliers placing greater emphasis on ethics rather than CSR. In contrast, some papers exclusively export ethical expectation, okay, ethical expectation, but they tend to concentrate solely on ethics rather than considering CSR. So that's where that statement is a bit, because CSR is arguably part of ethics. Yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So
I'm thinking of the difference.
okay, right. But this is not a big problem, because all you need to do is to rephrase this, right? So the gap here is not.
Because in my research, the ethical and the responsibility is not the same one.
It's not the same.
I know it's all life.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I think it's one is the emphasizing is different.
Okay. Tell me what is the difference? Or how is it different?
CSR is a rule.
Yeah?
I don't think
It's a
you
rule.
should just to judge the differences. Why they have the same orientation,
Yeah.
the same target, right? You don't have to tell, oh, what's the difference? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, so, but you're making an argument, you just, so that the argument leads to that conclusion. Just make the conclusion without making the argument then. Right? So your point here is that what's your point here, the highlight, what's your point? Your point here is about a couple of both. You want to have the perspective of the consumers, right? There, this is the bottom line, your bottom statement there, right? Limitation developing ground, I think they encompass both consumer and corporate perspective. So you want to have consumer perspectives within CSR domain, right? So, okay, so it is not about, so you just make the argument that there's a gap right now in the literature that does not include the consumer's perspective.
Why I thought it's a limitation, because when I'm reading the reference, especially for
That one, yeah.
they just focus on one part of the voice.
Which is,
For example, they just ask the consumers, they just ask the corporations, but they do not considering the both of them.
oh, okay,
So I think it may be interesting. There may be the difference of one thing
okay,
from the two different stakeholders.
I see, okay.
Everyone has their own standpoint, but the difference of the standpoints may be interesting.
Alright, so there's a gap in comparing comparing between two perspectives,
Yes.
right? Okay, and I think the point here is also that the consumer perspective can be ethical, can be not ethical, you know,
Yes.
doesn't matter because you want to
For
like, you
example,
say it doesn't matter, right?
Going forward, there may be many factors, especially for the ethical, but for example, they may all focus on one, for example, especially here the product safety. Maybe they just focus on one, they don't care about the others, but the companies focus, they think that something, the environment may be important, but it's not important for the consumers.
Yeah.
Maybe, and the secondly, maybe the different stages. They think they told the for example, I'm a consumer. I think it's important, but it would not affect my decision to buy or not. I buy it just because I think it's a safe food and maybe it's just cheap. Yes, first, as a consumer, I think there are so many factors. It is very important. If you do the investor gate interview with me, I think yes, I think it's important. But the another stage, I won't buy it. So.
Yeah. I see your point there. So the point there is that there is no research on comparing comparing the perspectives of the corporations and the consumers, right?
Yes.
So that's actually the one that you emphasized. So it's not about just ethical, but the whole thing, right? The whole perspective. Right? There's no. So you want to make that as a gap instead of ethical as a gap.
Ethical is a gap.
So ethical. Now you're making argument that ethical is a gap. Therefore, you will study everything. Isn't that that's the point you're making? You see that you follow ethics, and then suddenly you have that one at the bottom there. Okay, and make sure you put paper is a thesis or research, right? Okay, are you clear that one there, right? So the other part that's very important is that you are developing a model to explain the why. What? Then you got to be clear about what's the why. The model about why. Here the bottom line is why do the consumers choose to purchase or not to purchase a particular product, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the why that you want to answer in your research, right? Vis-a-vis in relation to CSR, in the context of the CSR. Okay. That is, so going back to your research questions, let's go back to research question, Nanya, just to bring it to closure. All right, so you have your research questions here, so number five there, right? So, to you have somewhere you said typologies and where are the typologies? Noted down, you have typologies. You have typologies there somewhere?
Typology is not here.
It's not here.
It's in the methodology.
The methodology, okay. So let's see your, yeah, thank you, alright. So you see more specifically, a grounded theory approach is employed as its purpose is to identify the dimensions a construct possesses and formulate typologies and provide useful means to address questions about the adequacy of prior conceptualization of relatively established constructs. Alright. This is it's abstract enough. So you plan to do typologies or you don't plan to do typologies? You don't. But this is the only place you mentioned the word typologies? Is that the only one?
No.
I think we did explain another place, I think. I need to search for another one. Is there another one?
Another one.
They've got a number there.
Research guide.
Okay, finally, the next one. Okay, the next one.
This is the second one. The first one is.
And then the significance of the studies.
Yeah, that's another one. The typology of CSR practices and consumer CSR perception will offer a diagnostic tool enabling companies to assess their own CSR behavior. All right, here is where you're having a kind of research that you're interested in developing typologies, and the typologies will come from the companies, right? Not from the consumers. Am I right? Let's go back to the previous one then.
I mean the typology of the company.
Another one. Oh yeah, that's the one.
That's one. Yes, I think the typology is of a company, right? And I investigated the consumers, the attitude of the typology.
Yes. Okay, all right. So the typology is about the companies and then right. So in your research question that you have, right, is to actually look at the possibility to construct typologies from the so you go to question number 1, back research question number 1, right? Right. So how do corporations, where is it? How do corporations conceptualize? I think the word conceptualize is fine here.
It's okay.
Yeah. And implement CSR practices. So underneath that, right, you can see other typologies of this conceptualization and implementation. Other typologies emerging, typologies based on the conceptualization and practices? We can ask that question, right? If so, what are they? So under question number 1, eventually we have findings that develop typologies. In your chapter number 5, right, your findings analysis, this is how you're answering question number 1. Okay? Okay, so each question needs to be answered and you need to be able to address the research question and how it's being answered in your chapter, in your findings chapter, in your analysis chapter, right? So you're referring back to that one. Right? So that is actually a winning strategy. You say, I'm gonna go to this mountain. I'm going to conquer this mountain. The research question number 1. I'm going to go to this valley. I'm going to conquer this valley. Question number 2. So you have a strategy of winning. Defining your success, right? Success, right? What is it? Calling power. the one who invaded Iran, right? So he said, well, you know, we're going to go in and shock them and awe them and get out. You know? So we need to have a clear exit plan, right? Yeah, you have a clear exit plan. 10 years later, you're still there, and then you have to so here it's the same, but this is very much Sun Tzu, right? They're very clear, but you know, first we win the war and then we go to the battle. But we need to know what battle you need to win. Right? And then you say at the exam, at the Viva stage, you say, look, I put this question in, this is my answer, and my answer is answering the question. Right? That's the whole strategy. And my answers are good answers, right? And my questions are good questions because it has reached a PhD level questioning. That's there you win the war there, right? So that's what you want. How do you win a PhD, right? And this is where we design the war to make sure you win the war. So PhD is won in the design, not in the not at the end. You win. You design a war that's winnable, and then you implement it, right? So it's not like, can we win this war? No. We are not sure to don't go to war, right? We know we're sure, and then we go to war. Yeah.
My friend from Indonesia usually pass the PhD. They say that PhD level is when you construct theory, when you contribute to the theory, put the whole gap on a theory. Yes. Is that a level of PhD so in our?
It is the same, yeah. There should be theory building, but then it is field specific, right? Not all fields of study subscribe to the idea. Economists tend to, the word theory is big for them, or model is big for them. You need to be like a Einstein developed model or something like that, right? Yeah. So for them, this is like too big. But we don't need to do that. We just need to come up with some kind of analysis, but the analysis have to fit their needs for a PhD level. But they have a different definition. Econometrics, which actually is a model too, right? So, but theory is a different thing for them. So I'm simplifying a bit, but we need to know that different fields have different expectations, and different universities have different expectations. In fact, if you think that UK universities are all good, no, because I've actually seen my friend, he was doing his PhD, and I was reading his PhD because he passed me to help his English and all that. So this is more like a master's PhD, but then the university is whatever university it is, right? The standard of the university is not the same too. So it's also important.
But sometimes I'm not confident with my research.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. That's why I'm going to help you with making sure the level is a PhD level, right? But your friend is right about theory, contributing a theory or challenging a theory. There will be another way to do it. Challenging theory is, by the way, an easier war strategy. You just need to disprove a theory, right?
High level.
It's high level, but it's not difficult.
Yeah. Difficult.
It's not difficult in the sense that, see, you just need to say, look, you're just that this theory is wrong. That's all you're saying here, right? You collect enough data to disprove a theory, right?
It's easier.
It's easier to disprove,
Yeah.
right? In that sense, it's easier, quote unquote, right? It's easier. So that is another PhD strategy, another PhD strategy you can use. So that will be more deductive approach. Very deductive. When you test the theory, right? But you got to test the theory to a PhD level, so that you say, well, I have tested it, under this condition, that condition, and it is definitely not acceptable theory there. So there will be another. But to me, that's not so fun. although that's what I did. But it's important for you all when you design your research not to just think about passion, but to think about winning. Success. Maybe it's important to have a PhD that you want to do, right? But forget the PhD as a beginning and end, right? You don't want. It's not a never-ending journey. You don't want to have a never-ending journey. You want to end this journey with a PhD and then continue a journey.
It starts after finish.
Yeah, it starts after finish. But once you finish, it's like PhD is a different kind of feeling. It's like it's like going to Makkah or whatever. Right? It's like climbing the one I reached to the top. I made it kind of.
The first step.
The further step. You cannot graduate more than PhD anymore. Right? And people cannot take that away from you because it's yours. PhD. You cannot unless you cheated or whatever you made that. There's somebody you have to step on. That's a different story, but people cannot take it away from you. So, okay, coming back to this one, you want to refine your research question so that you have that, be clear that you're using grounded theory is even more important. Grounded theory develops a model of explanation, right? So what are you explaining? But based on what you have told me, you are interested to get an explanation of the consumer's perspective about CSR and how that CSR connects to their purchasing decisions. Right? Maybe the word there is that intention is decision. And by the way, decision has many different levels as well, right? Intentions, I want to eat dumpling, that's my intention. But I never ate dumpling, right, until today, for instance. I should have eaten dumplings, but in hotel with halal dumpling, but not many. But it's not a strong feeling, But decision, there are also many decisions, like if you ask about voting decision, right? Who do you vote? 1, 2, or 3. Right? People say, I'm going to vote. I will vote. Who do you support? Who do you support? I vote number 2, right? What the heck? Everyone is producing number 1, number 3. Everyone is criticizing number 2. I'm going to support number 2. What the heck, right? And but the next question is, do you plan to vote? Supporting is one thing. Planning to vote is another question, right? So, well, it depends whether I have transport or not, whether tomorrow is whether there's dumpling or not, whatever, right? Or then it's a different question. Decision is a different decision now, right? So you analyze the people who support and people who's going to vote is a different outcome. But out of those who are going out to vote, right? What percentage of people who are going to go out and vote would support that person? Right? And you can even ask another question. What would change your vote?
Motives and action.
What would change your vote? So decision is a whole field called decision science, right? Decision. So it's a not easy question too, right?
Yes. Because I read that many scholars use the word intention.
Intention, yeah. And it's not a strong word. Intention is not a strong word. And what I want to say this, it's like the word interest, right?
Yes.
I'm interested to do this, I'm interested to learn painting, but I never go around to it.
Because in some research just from questionnaire is about intention.
True, yes. So for instance, if you ask for a vote, so the last 3 elections, did you vote? I did not vote. Okay. How old are you now? 60 years old. And you vote now, but so you can say, okay, you can group your people even further. Those who have been consistently voting who will vote, right? So that the different decision making analysis there, right? So what is and the other thing, this is all rational choice kind of analysis, assuming people are rational, right? And then there's also voting is a simple quote unquote, the vote is like that, right? But there are more complex decision behavior, right? So, for instance, what color of shirt I want to buy, right? And that for men we seldom think about color, right? Of shirt. Women tend to be more specific about colors. We can go and well, it depends on the moment, right? Depend on the size, it depend on the look, right? So there's so many depending on this, depending on that, right? And then, okay, I can tell you this, but when I go to Queens Bay, my decision might be different completely, right? So you see how decision is so, how malleable, use the word, can be changed easily. So, that is.
Especially if there's multiple choices.
Multiple choices, the dilemma of modernity.
Very difficult.
So you have like 10 choices of the same thing, or a bit of different here, different there, right? The pattern go out here, pattern go out, and it's like, so it's different. So you think about this. So you want to design a type of questioning inquiry design that goes deep. Yeah, because it's grounded theory. So grounded theory, you can repeat the question many times as well. Yeah? So you want to go deep. So I personally do not think that people. This is my own personal hypothesis about decision, right? Usually, yes, there can be multiple reasons for people making decision. Yes. But one of the best ways to ascertain what factor leads to that decision is that moment they make the decision. So instead of asking, why do you make the decision? You ask the question, when do you make the decision? And you ask, when you make the decision, what were you thinking? Right.
But when you make the decision, there are many reasons before the decision.
That's right. That's right. Usually there's one, at first I choose this one, and then at that moment I choose the other one, right? At that moment there's something that tilt the decision making for them to choose something else. So, like you decided not to choose to do Tuja, right? Then you were very passionate about it. The point that changes is the reference.
Finally, back to Tuja people.
Research about yourself.
Yeah. So I changed not to do that. I do elderly celebrities.
Right, you know what I mean? So I mean, it can be that spur of the moment, and when the Hanif and Rajay was doing, for me as well, when I did my masters last time, I come up with all the push and pull factors of why people migrated to Penang and start working in Penang, and that time it's not Indonesians, they are locals by the way. So I do push and pull factors, what pushed them out of their home, what is pull factor from Penang, right? And my professor said, well, Reef sometimes is very spur. They came for the glittering lights, right? This is the lights in the city.
Yes.
But the excitement coming to the city, the lights, literally lights, because the fish goes to the light. And we like lights too. We like the night lights, right? Night lights. And so it's like something very subconscious, primordial in us, like we like the lights at night, like, for whatever reason, right? It's glittering, it's attractive, completely no rational reason, no rational decision, no rationality behind it, right? But he is actually a big urban sociologist who studied this one. So Okay, that was like opening up my mind. That like sometimes our deep thinking doesn't get to the essence of it. So, but bear in mind, I think your research questions are there, right? So, but bear in mind in your questioning, you can ask many different questions and approach it in many different ways to understand the whole decision-making process, right? So for instance, instead of asking, there are many ways on voting, right? Still about voting. Since today is voting day for Indonesia. Who chooses Valentine's Day for voting for love of a country, kind of thing, right? One way to ask is not to ask is that who have you been voting the last 20 years, 30 years, and can I use that to predict your behavior now? Right? If I can plot statistically that voting patterns predict voting behavior, there's a better way of asking who am I going to vote today. If statistically, right, because we are looking at statistics now, right? Right, there was one way to look at, voting behavior, voting patterns, the last 20 years, and see whether the voting patterns can predict. Because we are talking about predicting right now. There's even might be a better way to decide, to find out who are people, because the decision of humans are, and like in US, there are like 5 different counties, districts, right, where they have consistently voted the president, the right president. Amazing, right? 5. They've never failed, 5 counties. But now they're left with 1 county because of Trump factor. Trump really confused people with that. But there's only 1 county who have consistently voted the right president, right? Meaning not the right. They choose the president becomes, choose the candidate, become president. So, if I'm a betting guy, if I want to bet, I just go and survey this county and say, why are you voting this year, man? Because they have been consistent, they've been winning. Yeah. They're like, they can bet, they win, Go and ask this guy, or go this county. So it's a better way of predicting who's going to win. Because they have 100% record of choosing the president, right? So that's the, many different ways of arriving at what you want to arrive at, right? Depending on what you want. Right?
Except maybe you choose specific case.
Yes. Yeah, specific case, then you cannot, so you cannot use generalizations. Yeah. But here, in this case, what Kyla, you're interested in is the decision-making process as well, right? The factors that put together, not just the factors, but then how they come together, right?
How the perspective, the CSR, the consumers and the companies' attitudes. Yes.
Yeah, so they are actually you have 2 big findings here. One is about the companies, the other one is about the consumers, by the way.
Yes.
Right? There's 2 big parts. Two big parts there. So
and moment.
Yeah.
And specific moment.
Specific moment, of course. Yeah. There's also another limitation, of course. Yeah, because you are studying now, right?
The level of green from what period and until what period maybe.
Yeah. It's
Maybe could I introduce some new theory for the decision making, because decision making has some current theory now.
Yes. You can introduce theory. Now, you must understand grounded theory approaches to research. So you want to be aligned to the grounded theory approach to research. No, and grounded theory, there are 2 schools of thought. So you can remember that there are 2 schools of thought. You need to be clear which school of thought are you subscribing to, right? They are friends, but then they went 2 separate ways. So one is much more methodical. That's that. This is the one that you're showing, right? There's another one which is the original person who says, don't have to go step by step that way. So you got to explain grounded theory as well, right? In your thesis. You must make note of that, you got to explain that. There's one thesis that I want you to refer to. You are doing grounded theory. His name is Sukri, is one of my students. Sukri is a lecturer in UUM right now. Maybe one of these days we should invite him to give a talk. He has done an excellent piece of work on grounded theory and has researched grounded theory very well, and has also books on grounded theory. So maybe you can find out his book, his thesis. Got his last name, I can check again. Shukri, his name is Shukri something. He's a lecturer, so he studied grounded theory, he uses ground theory. And when the examiner was very impressed with him, the examiner asked him, what do you think about grounded theory, right? He says, I regretted using grounded theory because grounded theory is so tough, it's difficult. It's difficult, so it's not easy. Grounded theory is not easy. It's one of the hardest theories to employ. Then Tandis is using grounded theory again. So suddenly at the end she adopted grounded theory. I don't know how what happened there, but then she is towards the end, so I do not want to change a lot. So she's using grounded theory too. So be clear about the limitations of grounded theory, right? So you got to study grounded theory. It's very systematic, right? Very systematic. There's SEO coding and all that, and they find the causes from the questioning. So you got to ask the why question must be asked. Consistently asking the why question. Right? Why do you choose to purchase? Is this relevant to your decision of purchasing? Ask that question. Right? But here you have two groups, right? So going to that, your purpose is sampling, you have 30 people you're going to sample. Right? 30 people you're going to sample. Are these consumers or what?
Total.
Huh? Total. Okay, so.
Enough?
All right. So you have two groups right now. One is the company, the other one is the consumers, right? So the company must be how are you studying the company?
Interview with some people relative about the CSR, like the PR or the marketing.
One company, two companies, three companies?
Not sure.
Not sure. You got to be sure. You got to specify that. You got to specify that. You got to be clear and what company you're studying. Of course, you're studying green food, right?
Yes,
it must be within green food companies. And and how are you doing the sampling? You got to justify the sampling, or what's the purpose of sampling? How are you doing the sampling of the company? So again, the company has many different parts to there's the employees, there's the middle management, there's the top management. I think last time we were talking to Chilin, right? We talked about that. And then chances are you'll be able to assess the middle management. Right? So be clear about that as well in your purpose of sampling. You've got to say how we're going to find out about that. And then you're assessing 3 companies or 4 companies, whatever. And then you got to do that. But the outcome of is 2 different research, so to say, right? 2 different research questions, right? Or 2 different sets of research questions. One set is about the company, the other set is about consumers, right? So you want to have clarity about that, and then and the other part to it is this must happen first before the other happen. Right? Companies must come first, and then the consumers, right? You need to explain that. Right? It's not clear. I think in the methodology it's not clear. So explain that in your methodology. Why must this one come first? Because you are asking about what the consumers think about the way companies develop their CSR. Right? Many times companies do not care or do not consult the consumers a lot. Usually they don't. they say they do, supposedly, but they do it in a way that is haphazard. So be clear about that. The 30 should be from the consumers, not from the company. The 30 should be from the consumers, not from the company. But grounded theory allows you to again to have saturation point, right? So after a while you see a patterns emerging and the patterns will not change, then you can also stop. But since this is a PhD thesis, some examiners do not understand that, so you put a number to it, and you have if you want to write a very thick description of your findings. So you will want to have that 30 people minimum. I would recommend 40. So with the 30 to 40, that is a good range. Right? And then that doesn't include the managers or the operators or the executives of CSR.
Yes.
Right? So some company has one person in charge of CSR. Some company has a committee. Some companies have no committee, and then everyone is doing their own thing. Hopefully they come together, they call it CSR, right? And some, this could be a multinational company, by the way. I was consulted by a multinational company in Penang as like an international company. They do not have a committee in fact. So I said, well, you got to bring in the person here, you got to bring in the person here, bring in the person, and let's sit and look at your CSR, yeah? Because CSR is also about the purchasing, about the marketing, about the production, it's about environmental aspects of CSR as well. So there are many different aspects of CSR. So, but usually the corporate comm, they place CSR in the corporate comm. That shows they are thinking about CSR, because CSR is seen as something you communicate to the public. So it's very much a PR thing, a CSR thing, PR thing. Whereas CSR should not be a PR thing. CSR should be a...
Include, I think it should include the PR.
It should definitely include the PR, yeah. But it should not be limited to the PR. Yeah. And it should not be housed under PR. Another reason they put it under PR is because of the reporting system.
The reporting way.
The reporting, because they prepare the report, right? The PR people or corporate comm prepares the report. That's why, and they are, they shouldn't say that, but oftentimes they have constraints about what to communicate, and they fall short of telling the total truth.
Truth, yes.
Yeah, they seldom tell the total truth. So a lot of CSR is about to tell half truth at best, or distorted truth most of the time. Right? Just like marketing, right? You don't tell anything bad about this thing, you just tell the good thing about this thing. It's thermos, it's like heat containing and stainless steel or whatever. They didn't say that this part is, what is it? They didn't say that one of these days this thing will come out. They didn't say that this thing is not, is plastic, so hot water is not good for plastic. They don't tell you that, right? The true CSR is total truth. There are companies who tell total truth. That's another paradigm of CSR, that's the total truth. Yeah. And these companies will tell you, look, this is our objective 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have reached 1 and 2 and 3. We have not reached 4 until 7. Please tell us where we go wrong, and we want to correct ourselves. So they engage the consumers to tell them, and the consumers give them feedback, and they improve, and they create loyal consumers. So truth creates trust, creates loyalty. But companies do not see that as trust, as truth as being an asset. Okay? Here's the story of Prophet Muhammad. I'm not preaching, but Prophet Muhammad, right? The way he sells things, he tells the cost of the thing. I bought this at $10. It's up to you how much you want to give. I'm probably selling it $11. So people, you tell me, the business will tell the cost price, right? Right, he tells the cost price. So he becomes so trustworthy that his boss, right? And he became, known to be a very trustworthy person, Al-Amin, right? Al-Amin, right? That his boss respected him and married him. Siti Khadijah. So he married his boss, by the way. Prophet Muhammad married his boss, Siti Khadijah. A very wealthy woman, by the way, right?
Yes.
Right? Khadijah was his boss.
Yeah, his boss.
His boss.
His boss and very rich.
Yeah, very rich. Yeah, right. So he became the most trusted person. So there was a conflict in Mecca at that time.
Yeah.
Because they want to put idols, right? Idols.
Yeah.
In the where they pray, right? They put idols, like statues,
Yeah.
pray. So there were different groups who want to say this should be my god, there should be whatever, right?
So it's a
So
poetistic.
yeah.
Poetistic.
Yeah. Polytheistic. So they have many gods, right?
Yeah.
This is before Islam.
Yeah.
So they said, okay, we can trust only one person. Yeah. Call Muhammad in. Muhammad, he said, okay, because they trusted him, because they know he would not be biased, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So he came to them, and trusted him. He put the cloth with four sides, and they said, okay, you all decide together where to put it, So the whole story about that is about truth can be a very good source of trust.
Yeah.
And trust is an asset to create loyalty. So eventually people say, well, you want to have a good business person, a good business, you go to Muhammad because he's trustworthy. That's the story of Muhammad. This is before he became prophet.
Before that.
Before that, yeah. Anyway, so that's my feedback. I think you have something. You have clarity on what you do, which is good. And you want to see something from the consumer's perspective. Just go back and reflect. You can always replace the consumer with Tujia consumer. So you can always, there's nothing wrong there. Yeah, you can. The 30% you interview are Tujia. You can always go back to that. But that is your decision, right? Do I like that? Yes, I like that because I think it'd be good to have a Tujia perspective of CSR, right? Because they might have certain values.
I don't know what's mean Tujia.
It's like
Ethnic.
It's like Hadramis. Hadramis is like the ethnic group in minority.
Yeah.
Minority
group.
Tujia people. Novelty you score. Novelty is like if they ask you what's the theoretical contribution, that is my theoretical contribution, very clear. There's no literature on this one, and no literature on the Tujia. This is the first literature. So the founding father.
Founding father, yeah.
A lot of citation. Yeah, very important.
Yeah. And you're helping Tujia, right? You're also
I'm sorry because no one did it before.
That's why it's good to do it.
You did it. You are the first one.
Also, the students in my country,
It's a chance.
They very worried. For
Opportunity.
Example, they just call with me. I give them this topic to study this topic. Say, oh, this no references about this topic. Yeah, it's good. It's not good. But they worry, very worried.
Why worry?
Yeah.
Because they cannot do literature review.
Yeah, they cannot review and maybe they cannot access.
Maybe it's so easy to prove because there's but other people have studied that. But no, there's no literature studying this. Right? Very empirical, very theoretical.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. Right? So, anyways, it's your decision, Carla. Up to you now. A lot of people are not studying minority or ethnic groups. So there's one. Jiarong. Where's Jiarong?
Sharon is online.
It's on, he's studying, is it Jiarong? You're studying Miao people, Miao?
Yeah.
Where's Jiarong? Jiarong, are you here?
It's not there.
It's not here.
Yeah.
Tokyo. Miao is
Is in Tokyo?
ethnic group too. But
Why in Tokyo?
but it's just going to be a large minority.
A large
Why
minority.
he is Tokyo?
Miao group, yeah.
But actually, I think Miao is just going to be some kind of without the national border. But just in American, they also have the Miao.
Oh, it's a large minority then. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, we're just going to be this kind of group, which is being transferred to the U.S. since the Vietnam War.
Oh.
American lost the Vietnam War, so actually they would just use this kind of how do you say the
有机队
glorious the some kind of force which organized by the Miao people to against northern Vietnam.
Yes.
But actually, as a kind of a commitment, some kind of they have to bring them to American to bring them to America to give them a new home.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I now remember. That's where I saw the word Miao before. Yeah. There's the border of Vietnam there.
But actually, which is from the perspective from the Chinese history, and just because the Miao people were just being forced to move from from like the southern part of China to Vietnam and also into Cambodia.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's a southern China then.
Yeah, the southern China minority, but they've been forced to move south, move to south.
Yeah, well, China is a big country, long history.
Yeah.
Fascinating history. You can make a lot of good movies out of it.
Sure. I think Clint Eastwood have the film about the Miao people.
Oh, okay.
The Miao people that get involved in that film. It's called I will say on that.
Okay, just to recap. Kayla, you have any questions you want to ask me?
Yes, the last question is should I put some about the policy issue into the research questions or just put it?
You could. Even it's a one line or two lines is fine. So it's what kind of public policy framework would facilitate?
I think because we are in
but not
CPR.
Yeah, but not research question. You don't put under research question. Just put under significance or something like that.
Okay.
Right? Not under research question. Because you're not researching on that one.
Yes, I'm worried about it.
Yeah, it's not a research question. Yeah.
Okay, that's no problem.
But you can put under significance, the findings from this research can inform or help government or local government or the public to come up with better policies.
What is the recommendation?
Recommendations or something like that. Yeah. Because it's a public issue.
Yes.
Yes, right. Food is a public issue, right? Food is a public issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Kayla, right. Okay, we will take a short break before we continue. Next is Jonathan. You're ready, right, Jonathan?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Start at 2:30.
Jonathan's to turn off somewhere.
Sorry? Is that who is that?
So one day, the Holy Books, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's son of Moses.
Jonathan son of Moses, yeah?
No, somewhere.
Samuel.
Someone, the book, someone first, the first book, the second book, somewhere.
Okay.
It belongs to Moses. Our son, his son, Jonathan.
没有，我们
Moses' son's name is John.
还有这种还看，我刚还得回他们的家。你们去打车去了吗？现在？
Personally, I'm worried about the
还没啊，要拖到什么时候啊？
If I was the Zhejiang, I'm worried about there's no
都行，
That's but more than one.
可以。我去广场逛完了，最好是放在我们学校的。
Some people.
哦，这方面的。
你们尽快吃饭了，我也正在搞那么2-3点，也是中午饭，太搞笑了，
It's a huge difference.
太搞笑了。
Same city.
Okay.
And but I think how about this? I don't put Puja into my this study, but I would like to write some paper for publication about Puja.
Good, good. You're right. I just like to encourage things like that. You know, since you're
By the way, I just conference.
okay.
So
Oh, you're gonna send a paper there. Go ahead.
could I send it?
You could, yeah. I gotta take a quick break and then come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have to go first. See you.
All right, Chan. Okay. Okay, make some money from Tyson here.
Okay, 恭喜发财。
Morning， 恭喜發財。
Okay, let's follow up the NLS for Cindy and Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not yet received letter from IBS. I
Okay,
told them, I told
Nazina.
I told Nazina yesterday, maybe today they will send.
Okay.
Because they don't have time, just this month.
Oh, yes, I know that. Yeah. But it's good that you have to follow up. Yeah, there's some more dumplings. Everyone, I've eaten so many dumplings now. Yes.
Dumpling. You know, Victor Brokazana. Yeah. He's wonderful person. We had a good conversation.
Yeah, it's a scientist.
Yeah. He told me, who's your supervisor? I told him, I know him.
Yeah, he's good. He's also a kind man.
He's very kind, yeah.
Very kind man. Good professor. Genetics, I think genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, genetic, yeah, that is genetic.
Genetics.
We are
Oh, that one was
also defensive.
I'll be right back. No. Hang on, because the one that I want to ask is not a lot about your work. Maybe just a little one and then it won't take long, maybe 5-10 minutes. That's all.
Okay, I will go to a contact.
所以你放心。
Utari, you said you're gonna get coffee?
I will go to
其实图像做
Drink coffee.
Yeah.
连在一块了。
Can you make me one?
Yeah.
因为本身都是属于南方市区小城。怎么了？我觉得
回去吧，回头吧。
你知道，不是因为老李天天劝，他就真的回去了呀。
我找完整个就是 SC 啊、SC 啊，找不到他妈一篇历史抄文献都荒
都是支付了，你怕什么？
怕什么？不需要引用，你就说本人就是参考文献。
对。
听得
我们不需要任何参考文献。
上个厕所。
Good.
Hi,
Daddy.
How are you?
Fine.
Good.
How are you these days?
Wow, good, great. So I will submit my thesis.
Congratulations.
Yeah. You went to China?
Yeah, I went back.
Oh.
Medical check and science and it's just going to be fine.
Okay. So. Your health good? Your health is good?
Yeah.
You are close to die. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, everyone deserves that. Deserves a dance.
Yeah, don't worry, just like sleeping,
Don't worry.
don't worry, okay?
Yeah.
Like sleeping. See, yesterday, me and Hanif, we told supervisor, please do presentation for Jonathan, he wants to go travel.
Oh, really?
We don't have time.
What?
Supervisor told me I never have time, but for Jonathan, I will, special time for him. See, right? See, we are good brother.
Oh my God. I only believe.
Worship ourselves, worship ourselves. Yeah, they're worshiping, they're worshiping.
Give us everything.
They're worshiping.
Yeah, then you will.
Good. Now I accept you.
Okay.
你看题了不？
没有，
你啥时候看题？
我也不知道。
Do you think I have the chance to do the presentation this time?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
see if tomorrow we'll have a good revision again. Tomorrow or Friday.
Friday. Tomorrow is Tuesday
Tomorrow is Thursday.
or Thursday.
Or Thursday, so Wednesday, Thursday. We still have a supervisor group, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
But do you think supervisor will go to KL?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just because it's a family business, so maybe he have to come there. And since that everything is going to be fine, so maybe
Yeah,
it's not that urgent.
It's not that good.
Okay.
Huh? 我才不知道，我昨天晚上才到那个地方。
有效的。
我总建议你在这待好久了。
没有。
Yesterday I checked the island you told. I checked, yeah.
Island too.
It's very beautiful.
It's the most popular island in Malaysia.
Yeah,
The number one.
I have
The
never.
number one only.
I have never heard
Langkawi
it.
is not. It's nothing.
You see, it's really beautiful here.
Yeah.
It's more. I think it's more like Xianbena, you know.
What is Xianbena?
Xianbena, where it's in the north. It's in the east island.
Sabah.
No, the
Sempurna.
Sempurna.
Sempurna, yeah.
Almost similar like Sempurna.
Similar like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said it's closed before March.
Yeah, because the wind.
Yeah, I don't know
Because
if
the boat they cannot reach to the island because of the sea situation. So usually early of the year they close. So February I'm not sure. I think they still close. That's why
Do we need to check before we go there?
need to check. Yeah, because last time I went there, but then it's closed.
Yeah, if we drive there, oh my
Yeah,
God, it's
we
closed.
Yeah,
Drive back.
That's what happened
You
last
see?
time.
It's beautiful. It's really
We can do
nice.
snorkeling, diving.
Yeah. After the presentation, everything is good. Everything is perfect. Is it raining?
Rain?
I think it's raining today.
Raining?
It will rain.
It will rain.
Yeah.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, huh?
Oh, you know the setting storm?
Thanks.
Setting storm.
By the way, I have to say I'm really
It's
very
there. It's there.
So maybe just
Yeah.
not going to
Oh,
be.
someone recorded.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Setting storm. We can see it
so
if we go
the
there.
fish.
Diving.
Wow,
Yeah, we
wow,
go diving.
wow,
So we're diving.
wow.
It's deserving. we can see this
Yeah.
Right?
setting.
Yeah. Finally, we just get to choose one.
Have you been there? No.
I went to there, but then it's closed. So.
Oh my god. Okay,
So I
fine.
just went to places in
So,
not to the island.
who should we
我
call?
等一下下去，不用等一下下去啊。
The local there, I have some
上
friends
次
there.
然后
You can
他
ask.
那个番茄蛋的话，都要等
Ask whether
Yeah, we can go there or maybe on Saturday.
等着接单就行了。
only 2 days is not a good.
Late Friday. Late Friday.
There's one more thing I was thinking. We want to make sure that no one has studied CSR and developed a model that is from the consumer's perspective. I'm concerned that somebody has done it.
Somebody has done?
I'm not sure, I don't know, but so you make sure you exhaust the literature, make sure that,
Okay.
because it's not, I mean, it's not a unique thought, I think, having consumers develop CSR perspective.
Yes.
I'm not, so I'm not. Now, in case you found something or some literature that has done it, you will need to have some elements to make it much more unique, So like Jimin was doing Confucius elements in it, right? So maybe, by the way, for you all that you might want to think about Jane as well, right? Something that makes it much more Chinese. A Chinese perspective. So I mean, I'm not saying you should go to jail, whatever, but have something that is cultural or something that is. Think about that, just in case it's.
所以这是一个相亲群。
Just in case it's somebody has done something about that.
Yes, make it unique.
Yeah, so make it unique, make it novel. Yeah, you see my point, right? So think about again, sometimes by slicing the group, you could do that. The youth, by gender, by I think I told you this before, right? By urban, especially food. You think about food, right? Let's put some thought about this here. Now it's about green food. So food. Who that picture just now? What are they stepping on? Huh? Sorry, that picture they showed just now. They were doing something on the food.
Yeah, the food. Yes, 酸菜is.
Oh, chai.
Yeah,
it's a vegetable.
Yeah, it's a vegetable.
Oh, swan chai. Oh, it's a
Sour vegetable.
Sour vegetable.
It used in the instant noodle.
Instant noodle.
Yeah, we use it's a kind of ingredients of the noodle. Yeah, the part of the food.
Huh?
Yeah, the part of
But
the.
I don't think that's green food. It's not a kind of green food.
I know. I'm talking about the green food label.
Label.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you eat the
Just because of
instant noodle, you will see the label on it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, green
酸
food.
菜也是绿色食品。
Yeah.
菜是
这个东西我不知道是归哪个法规管，主要是
But
那
I
个
don't think green food is green food.
It's about
它
Green food is
是
like
归哪个管？
organic.
你要有那个认证的话，你要
There is organic
如果
food.
说它当地的政府可以发认证的话，
Green.
那我们都可以发给
Or
什么
clean
乱七
food
八糟的都
or
有。
organic food.
哪不
Or
是
the
像动物我也
food
是
is
绿
not
色食
harmful to the society, to the
啊，臭动
environment.
物，绿色食品，你说清楚的。
And I think you should add
范围之内的，是不是？
the definition of green
肯定会有
food
会有
or
限
some
定，
literature.
但是要查法规，查不到。现在得查，因为不知道。
The China's government has a definition of what is green food.
Okay, let's think about certain groups of people that you can focus on. You can be mothers, urban mothers or something like that. Or something. Or think about it.
Open mother?
Or chefs. Chef.
What are you laughing?
chef，
Yeah, chef. We chef.
对啊，是啥？厨师。
Yeah.
怎么了？
Chef.
Chef's perspective?
So think about what consumer will be, is so that to make your study much more unique. You think about getting the group that's unique.
Group.
Something like that.
Because I'm focused on the, especially the conceptualization, the definition.
Yes.
So the unique and the definition in the common sense. But when the group will become too unique,
Yes.
it may be harmful for the common science.
Okay. All right. So the point here, Carla, is that you're not doing a quantitative research. You're not doing quantitative research. So so your findings is not about generalization to a bigger group, right? So it's even more so important to make the purposive sampling and using purposive sampling more meaningful than just. You cannot arrive at generalization, right? You cannot, especially with 30%, maybe 30%. You know.
So if I want to be more generalization, I should choose some
Should have
quantitative.
quantitative, you got to do random sampling, that kind of thing. But you're not doing random sampling, you're not. The purpose here, purposive sampling by itself is purposive. You're choosing a particular criteria. Right? So what is that? So you got to go back to the group that you want to study then, to make it much more original, novel, right? So think about that.
I will think about
So think about what is it that you want to, again, what authority you want to have there. Right? So think about the most relevant group or whatever related to green food or whatever that is, that would have uniqueness in it. So use some thought about it, but don't spend too long looking for that group. Okay, Jonathan, are we ready? We will need to stop by 4:30. I will need to adjourn by 4:30. So
4:30? Yeah.
Yeah. So you have time.
1 hour.
I'll be quick.
Yeah, no, we have more than 1 hour.
Oh, 2 hours.
Yeah, almost 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, start.
By the way, I will do the word version first.
Okay.
Because last presentation you told me to change the research question and some methodologies and some I will show as the word and when you told me how to change and other things, I will do combine them and do the presentation to the PowerPoints. So my title is Identity Production of Elderly TikTok Content Creators in China's Short Video Industry. And I separate four sections. The first one is research aims and research questions. So my research aims is for like my PhD project draws upon a scholarly discussion of the society of the spectacle and the everyday it's over here, the everyday manifestation of commodity separated, mass-mediated, image-dominated, and corporate constructed consumer culture, and interrogates the identity production process of elderly celebrities on short video platform TikTok. It does so by looking into the short video content created by elderly TikTok celebrities, as well as how it is perceived by other TikTok users who spectate elderly TikTok celebrities. Another paraphrase, yeah. And this thesis then argues that videos posted on TikTok represent the mediated identity production of the elderly group, sometimes deviated from, and other times mirror their real voice, which carries with their deep-seated anxiety over issues on aging, gender, social class, inequality, and discrimination. To present my argument, this thesis selects the top 20 elderly TikTok celebrity accounts and takes a content analysis of all short videos presented on TikTok. So this addresses the identity production of elderly themselves. I will then conduct a survey of approximately 300 TikTok users to see how the short video representation of elderly TikTok celebrities is perceived socially. So semi-structured interviews are also adopted to investigate the consumer culture around the production of image and identity of elderly TikTok celebrities. So next, okay. Reflective of the broader trends, a few studies purposes the underlying mechanisms that marginalize the age group of people on digital media projection. So the red one, I highlight them. So it explores the identity production process of elderly celebrities on the Chinese short video platform TikTok, as well as the economic, social, and cultural mechanisms behind the distinctive elderly structure culture. So to summarize, we can take another. So to summarize, the aims of the proposed research have three. The first one is to gain a nuanced understanding of the identity production of the elderly TikTok celebrities in China's short video industry. And second one is to interrogate how the elderly TikTok celebrities and their images are perceived and experienced in daily life. So the last one, to explore the mechanisms behind the identity production of the elderly TikTok celebrities. So, next slide. Okay, the purpose research will seek to address three research questions. So the first one is, first question, what are the general identity patterns of elderly celebrities represented on TikTok? So such as fitness, food, health, daily routine, fashion, etc. And what kinds of social images are relevated, revealed on TikTok content created by elderly celebrities. The second question, how are TikTok content created by elderly celebrities and their social images represent through such content perceived and experienced by TikTok's users in general? So the last one is, what are the economic, political, social, and cultural factors that may contribute to the identity production of elderly TikTok celebrities in short video industry? And in what ways the social structures of class, gender, inequality, and discrimination underpins the elderly structure culture produced on TikTok? So my methodology is this proposed research project takes the inductive research strategy to explain the observations and the patterns of identity production and representation of the Chinese elderly TikTok celebrities based on the conceptualization of the society of spectacle. So in the middle of one highlight, it should be noted that inductive approach also allows the researcher to formulate research questions based on the existing theory. So and the last sentence, it involves the search of for a pattern from observation and the development of explanation theories for those patterns through theories of hypothesis. And this corresponds with the overall aims of the current study, which is about providing a general explanation of the identity production of the elderly TikTok celebrities on the short video platform. So under the inductive strategy, the thesis adopts a mixed method in both qualitative and quantitative terms to investigate the spectacle society developed on TikTok regarding the elderly TikTok celebrities. So the first one is content analysis of short videos posted by the top 20 elderly celebrities accounts, which aims to reveal the digital identities of elderly celebrities presented on TikTok and looks into how social issues of aging, gender, classes, inequality and discrimination are addressed. So the second one is a survey of approximately 300 TikTok users, and the third is semi-structured interviews of MCN staff who work with provide consultations to content creators and streaming video platform TikTok, such as companies and some leaders, that so on. And this approach aims to investigate the consumer culture around the production of image and identity of the elderly TikTok celebrities. So, in particular, the ways in which the flow of capital has manipulated the identity production and image representation process. So, thematic analysis of questionnaire and interviews using Vivo, that is an app, so to summarize the data and the results of the collection. So the data sampling is two phases. Phase one involves the purposive sampling of 300 TikTok users with a balance between different age groups and genders for online surveys of this proposed project. The researcher has been teaching communication and media studies in a Chinese university for a couple of years, and thus could make use of existing personal connections and community groups for respondents' recruitment. The researcher will design a questionnaire with bonuses through Wenjuanxing and a small group of questionnaire program, the top Chinese online research tool. So the phase two focus on the semi-structured interviews of MCN staff who work with all provided consultations to content creators and streaming video platforms such as TikTok. So The next one is data. Yeah, this is phase 2 and the data collection. Yeah, it's data collection.
Oh, I thought coffee over here.
Oh,
I thought the coffee. Oh, thank you.
I need to tell me that.
Huh?
I need to tell me that.
Yeah. We have coffee out here too. Yeah, you guys can have coffee. But thank you so much. You don't have to understand that there might be coffee out here. Right, okay.
Yes, and go on, and data collections also talk about the WeChat friends and groups. Is the highlight one. Meanwhile, the researcher will reach out to MC and staff members who are either connected with the researcher or the researcher's colleagues. And the interviews will be scheduled with interviewees' consent either in person or via video conferencing platforms. Interviews will run about 1 hour, and all discussions will be recorded for later analysis. So the data analysis, the next paraphrase, the data analysis is I will import all generated data, including questionnaire notes, interview transcripts, audios, and images into Envivo. And the next slide, the thematic analysis is thus performed more efficiently via Envivo, and this allows the researcher to reconstruct those pieces into something meaningful in a convenient way. So the last one is my structure, thesis outline. So the chapter 1, introduction, chapter 2, literature review, and the chapter 3, theoretical framework, and chapter 4 is methodology, and chapter 5 is spectacle of the elderly TikTok celebrities. And and chapter 6 is social reception of the content created by elderly TikTok celebrities. Chapter 7, production and reproduction mechanism of the TikTok spectacle, and chapter 8 is conclusion. So, that's all my,
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Yes.
Yes. I'm quick. You quick answer.
I think you have better clarity than the one you presented last time, right? Last time remember?
I read for maybe 1 hour or 40 minutes, I think. The last time
we were talking about from the board too, right? Okay. There are a number of things I make notes of. Now, let me see the title of your research first. And I have clarity, identity production of elderly TikTok content creators. Okay. There was some confusion last time about the identity production. You were looking from the point of view of the users, right? Okay, from the point of view of users. That was the clarity that we arrived at last time in your presentation. It's not the identity production of the
net citizens.
The net citizens, netizens. TikTok users, So not from the perspective of the content creators.
Right? Yeah.
You were clear about that, right?
Yeah,
we're clear about that. Okay, good, all right. Now, a number of things. Let's go to your. Let me see. So you have 300 TikTok users. They're studying the perception. Yeah, now because this is the crucial part of your. See, Hanif doesn't know where to go this time. Oh, okay, you highlighted this. See, he's paying attention there. This is amazing. So when you do word, it's very hard for Hanif to detect, you know. Okay. This is where I'm gonna connect back to your methodology. You're also using purposive sampling, right?
Yeah, purposes.
Purposive sampling, okay. And this is the point also I would like to relate to what Carla was doing just now. So when we use purposive sampling, right, there's a reason the word purposive is being used. So the purposive sampling is targeted towards answering a particular research question. There's a purpose to the choosing of the sample, right? So we are not randomizing it, right? Not random, right? It's purposive, right? So it is specific. So it's targeted to a specific audience, is not randomized to the population. It's purposive. So when we say we use purposive sampling, we are scoping it to a particular group of people, right? We're not generalizing it, right? So we are scoping it. Scoping, you know, zooming in to a particular group of people. Oh, that's an important part of purposive sampling. It's you know, meaning purposeful, very purposive sampling. So here we have, and that is actually a very important part of your research because you're studying the TikTok users themselves, right? TikTok, right?
Yeah, TikTok.
Yeah, right. And specifically, is the Chinese TikTok users, right?
Yeah, Chinese TikTok.
Not the world, because there's
not the world. It's TikTok because it's a different system. Different system and different apps.
That's smart. That's good. That's good. That's why Indonesia can model after China because Indonesia is big enough to do it. Malaysia is a bit hard, Singapore is a bit hard.
Last time Joe Biden, he created a page in TikTok. Last time, Joe Biden.
Oh, he created
he created a page in TikTok.
Page?
Yeah, he did page. Personal profile.
On TikTok?
Yeah.
On TikTok?
Who? Joe Biden.
Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Chinese TikTok or overseas.
Okay.
We cannot, I'm not sure we can access, can we access Chinese TikTok?
Actually, if you just use VPN.
VPN, yeah, you can use VPN, that's right. So, okay.
Tell him about propaganda about his next election.
They want to ban. They're going to ban Chinese TikTok. No, not Chinese.
I thought he used Twitter. Thought he used Twitter.
Twitter is a bit hard.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so now you will need to ask and answer the question, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Which particular group of purposive sampling you're choosing, you know, to make it to make your research unique. Number one, number two, to adopt the purposive sampling. You wanted to choose that one. Now you did say that you have you're teaching at a university and that you have access to the students, the campus as well as community, right?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you didn't mention that. Oh, there's only one dumpling left. Come on, who's going to eat the last dumpling? So you will need to think of that group that you want to study, or groups you want to study, or comparison, whatever you want to do, and the access to data that you have. So you want to study the group and the access to data that you have. So maybe you don't want to study groups that are hard to study. You want to study group that you have access to. Right? So you want to think about that, and I'm not sure we have specified that group in here yet, but that's an important part of your research, which group you can target, the 300 TikTok users.
Yeah.
And of course China is huge, so you definitely cannot generalize based on this 300 sample. So that is something that you need to work on. So once you use your purpose sampling, you have this targeted group that you want to, this scope of people that you want to study, and that's where you develop criteria of purposive sampling, right? So the people you choose, because it's purposive, right, in your sample must fit this criteria. Yeah. So if you're using a certain type of gender, well, gender is 2 unless you go to US and they have more than 2. Age, whatever, right? Maybe it's class, maybe it's geography.
Yeah, maybe the time they use on TikTok. Or what time? Not what time. So how long they use on the TikTok? Maybe 6 hours.
Yes,
I have the criteria.
Yeah. So the group is something that you want to identify first. The sample, who are the sample, and it doesn't make sense to have random in purposive, right? So like, why are you doing random purposive? Purposive, you have the targeted group, right? So you want
Justification.
Justification, yeah, for the purposive sampling. So and the justification must align to your title, right?
Yeah.
And must be able to connect to your research questions. And don't forget your theory. You talk about society of spectacle, right?
Yeah, society of spectacle.
So you think about it, who you want to. So you got to decide on that one, right? So you have the same issue with highlight just now. So who you want to study there, right? Who do you want to study?
Who do I want to study?
You want to be a founding father of what, right? The founding scholar of what? Who? Which group?
Which group?
Yeah.
有这么多 founding father，
跟
着各位大佬混。
But this is in some ways makes your research, master's, PhD research, more meaningful. You know, it's like you're the only one who's studying this, right? It has to be the only one because otherwise it's not PhD research. It must be unique. So think about we use that word, founding scholar. Something unique, something meaningful.
What's the standard of meaningful?
What's the standard?
That's a huge philosophy question.
Yeah, it is.
It's a
I think meaningful is much more personalized.
Experience so far.
So the meaningful is you, then there's also the meaningful from PhD, how deep you're going, right? That has to do with the methodology and the depth of your study. So you can go deep, you can go width, you can go wide. But if you're doing purposive sampling, you're not going generalization, you're going deep, right? So
I'm going deep, yeah.
You're going deep, you're going to study specific group of people, right? So, but it'd be...
what's your recommendation? Is random sampling or purposive?
I would go for purposive too, because then it makes because you will have access to a particular group of people, right? So you talk about students, maybe you talk about community groups that you have access to. What do you teach in your campus?
Teach in campus?
Yeah.
Same as Shuhao. It's TV broadcasting
and
sometimes communications.
Okay. Right.
So my students is also highly recommended to the TikTok users. TikTok users, and my students is in what is grade 4? It's senior. Yeah, senior. Is in the bachelor degrees is senior. So next year, this year they are graduated from the school. So the intern, they are also in the TikTok stream, and to sell maybe cars and maybe makeup and things all of that. Maybe I have 40 students and 10 of them is now on the TikTok stream live. Stream selling.
So they are content creators too then?
Yeah, also content creators too. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So also users, also netizens.
Also netizens.
Netizens.
Yes. So I mean, there are many ways to think about it. The one way is to think what Kai and Lai wanted to do last time. Very personal, very this is the people I represent. I want to study these people. That was in the past. Right, so okay. That will be one way to approach it, right? So, like Raja wanted to study the institution he studied from. So very personal. Yeah. Perantau, but last time he wanted to study the contour where he graduated from. He wanted to study, so very personalized. So this is me, my people, whatever, or my. So you can go that way, or you could go the way that leads to your more strategic. You talk about something more strategic, but this will be TikTok users that will be connecting to the sales force, to the because TikTok users, the TikTok students will be connecting to different businesses.
Different businesses or different contents.
Content.
Their functions. Yeah.
Yes, right. So you can think about that group of people who are but this must be TikTok users who might be watching the elderly celebrities.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, what's it called? Audi.
What is it? Yeah, Audi.
Right. In China, that's the car for officials, right?
In the past, in the early 90s.
Oh, no, not anymore.
Still have
the Audi, right? The four rings.
Yeah,
Maybe not Volkswagen.
Now it's Volkswagen.
Now it's
Volkswagen.
It's definitely Volkswagen. We connected with the government. So I saw that it's Passat. Passat. It's for the Volkswagen.
Oh, okay.
And Audi is an old one. In the past
It's just not old one. It was just for the
government,
like the higher, the superior officer.
The highest is the Hongqi. The highest is
just change the Hongqi.
Yeah, the highest is Hongqi. But
it just change to Hongqi now.
Change to Hongqi now. But some Audi is left in the government. But for now, they mostly use Volkswagen.
All right. Okay. Now, I just want to relate to you what the Japanese studied and penetrated the American market, American car market. Right? So American car market is one of the hardest car market to penetrate.
Yeah.
Right? So what they did, this is a long time ago, right? They sent anthropology students to exchange program, right? Exchange program sponsored by them. Exchange program to live with rich families. To live with rich families, to know the tastes, lifestyle of rich families, right? Right. So they want to know when a rich family they get into the car, what they like.
Yeah.
So the rich families will have, BMWs or whatever. Mercedes, I guess, is another one. So, but the rich families do not know that it's sent by Toyota.
Yeah.
Toyota,
Yeah, I know.
Toyota, right? So
Do
they
you not know?
Huh?
Do you not know or?
now they know, now. So the students went there and did their research. I'm not sure the students even know that they're part of a research.
Yeah.
So they write, what the rich like about cars, Of course, the rich families do not have, some lousy cars, they have good cars, right? So they were describing, they like the smell of the seat, the leather smell, they like the touch of the car, they like the style of the car, So they were documenting. Anthropologists are very good at documenting.
Observing and
observing, they live, the values and the emotion, right? The emotion, they immerse in the family,
The lifestyle.
the lifestyle, and how they like to buy cars. Right? Not they just they don't have sales. You seldom see BMW advertisement. You seldom see Mercedes, but now they are Mercedes advertisement. Long time ago they do not have, right? But now they have Mercedes. For example, Mercedes advertisements like this, it's simple, right? They even show, they show a baby, right, wanting nice, seeing another baby eating an ice cream. So the baby was looking at the ice cream, right? And then they show a toddler walking by, another toddler eating an ice cream, so it's looking at the ice cream again. And then a teenager eating the ice cream, another teenager was looking at the ice cream, wanting the ice cream but haven't had the ice cream yet.
Yes.
So keep on up to 20 years old, still wanting the ice cream but cannot have the ice cream yet. So it's about you be wanting your Mercedes, right? So stop asking the question, just go and get the ice cream now, right? It's time for you to get your ice cream, right? So they just appeal to the emotion of the person. Then the German cars, the BMW and Mercedes, they don't sell the car the way people sell the car. So they found out from the anthropology students, right? What you should do is to lend the car for over the weekend. Give the rich, they test drive for 1 weekend. Not 20 minutes. To see test drive is 20 minutes, 15 minutes, right? They just pass the car.
2 days.
2 days, use the car, go ahead, right? They won't steal the car, these are rich people, they don't steal the car, right? They return. So after a while they get a feel of the car, they like the smell of the car, the engine, and all that. And then they will commit. You don't force on the rich to buy cars. You let the rich, let the car go into the rich.
Go on their
Emotion, the feel, the experience. No pushing at all. And no hard sell, no hard selling, right? So eventually they develop Lexus. Lexus is Toyota.
They're doing Lexus.
And the rich doesn't like to go to common places, right? If you know, like hotels, right? We have buffet, right? The rich have a different floor. They have a different floor. They eat at a different floor, by the way.
The higher brands.
So the rich, when they say at the suites, they have a different floor up there for the executive for the suites. By the way, many people do not know that, but that's the case. Have a different floor. They do not. It's served. So Lexus developed a different showroom, right? A showroom separate from Toyota.
Separate.
The rich do not want to. This is Toyota. I don't want to buy Toyota. It's a poor car. Right? So they develop different showroom, classy showroom, leather, completely different. Right? Well served. Will come and serve you, give you coffee, one ice cream, I have ice cream and all that. So they know the customers well, right? So let's do a juxtaposition to your research, a bit of thinking to your research. If these are old folks, right? You're talking about elderly celebrity, right?
Elderly.
Right? So people who might appreciate them might also be elderly, right? So elderly people tend to be people who have more money. Tend to be, not all.
Tend to be.
Tend to be more money, right? So you can think about the automobile companies who are upper class automobile companies, right? You can think about products that are upper class, TikTok users that are upper class,
Different level.
different level.
Yeah, different level.
Also, so suppose you ask your students to help you with your interviews,
Yes.
get them to interview these people. If I want to think strategically, that's how I think.
Get
Right.
interview to the upper class.
To the upper
Upper
class
class,
of people.
the Alice class.
Yeah, the upper income group basically. How do they view? So when these people do TikTok, right? They might appeal to this group of people in health, food. So health, what kind of health they like? They tend to be eating no sugar food or whatever. I don't know. Maybe right? Maybe right? I don't know.
Yeah, they also have the wealthy people.
The
They
wealthy
also have the wealthy people do the content creators,
Content
on
creators.
TikTok,
Yeah.
and also do the anything, do the fitness
Yeah.
or fashions.
Yeah. Yeah.
They one clothes or one trousers they maybe sell the 30 grams or
Wow.
yeah 30 grams or any
Some selector.
yeah or they are
1,000.
the watch.
A watch, I know. There's million dollar
watch or any things. Shirts maybe sell the 30,000 yuan. Yeah,
Yes,
30,000 RMB.
Yes. So
Just show on the TikTok.
Just show on TikTok.
They also have the wealthy elderly creators, content creators on TikTok.
But actually, 30,000 yuan watch was just going to be the entrance.
30,000.
Yeah.
30,000.
True. That's a minimum.
For me, I didn't watch this context.
There you go.
You should ask you.
No, because I don't have the ability to buy.
Very sure.
Yeah, that's true.
So the point here is that not that I'm saying that you should go for the rich. I'm saying that I'm just giving the line of thinking of how you want to think strategically. The first one I give you what's meaningful to you, right? So like Rajesh, meaningful when you say want to study something about this group of people who study with, or I don't think they highlight film here. We study my culture kind of thing, my people, something personal, something not personal but have personal meaning. So that will be one way to study. The other one is more strategic, which is what I suggested to you. So something that can, you think about.
You mean the samples?
The sample.
The people on samples.
Yes.
To separate.
Yes. So that will be another approach to choose the sample. So you can your TikTok users will be the upper income, the rich TikTok users. Right. So that will be. I think that would be a highly cited article, right? And I think a lot of businesses want to know what do these people, watch and what do they like, right? So these are different ways of thinking, basically. Like if you want to sell, who says the one is marketing. Long time ago, I was a management student before I changed to sociology. So I was a management student long time ago. So they were saying that if I want to sell perfume, right, perfume, right? To perfume, women perfume, right? Right? You can advertise it in women magazine, but it's better to advertise it in Playboy magazine.
Playboy magazine. Okay.
Because the boyfriends will buy the perfume, right?
Yes. I got that.
Yeah.
So
definitely right.
So if you think about, don't compete.
You agree with that?
So if you buy perfume for all the
For many groups.
for say they will call it some strange name. passion or whatever, sex appeal or something, okay, whatever they use. And perfume tend to have the sexual connotation a bit, right? So it will go that way. So all this marketing thing, you know, so you think about this TikTok, who will be benefiting from it, who will be using it, you know, so
Yeah.
you think about it. So if you think that's one way to think about it, doing strategic sampling, you know, something strategic sampling, but you want to go strategic about this one, right?
Okay.
Right, so, but if you go strategic, then your purpose of sampling will be, what I said, you're more matching to the content you're studying there, because you're talking about identity, and then there's a TikTok, TikTok users, right? So there's a matching there, right? Yeah, that's something that you want to think about, because you're focusing on elderly. So there's something.
Yeah, maybe before that I should do the criteria of what the samplings I should choose.
Yes.
Yeah, the criteria.
Yes. So the criteria is actually the end.
At the end.
At the end, the criteria is, so you have your objective first. You have research objective, and then you have the TikTok users that you want to study is in line with the research objective.
Yeah.
Also in line with your title, right? Because your title is about the TikTok, the elderly TikTok identity production and all that, right? So and you find the people that's more suited to become a part of the theory you want to study, because it's a society of spectacle.
Yeah.
Spectacle. So it's about people who are spectate.
Yeah, people
right?
who are
spectate.
They are the TikTok celebrities.
TikTok celebrities, so people who want to be like them, or people who want to follow certain aspect of them, want to be healthy or whatever, right? So, but you notice that when you why we don't have Facebook? Well, you have something to Facebook.
Facebook? Yeah.
We have
Facebook.
Okay. So when you click on something that relevant to you will come to you too.
Yes, really. You search something. Yeah, you're also in the Chinese.
Something. So they know that the algorithm will know, right?
Yeah.
That people like this will also have this problem, right?
Yes.
So they will kind of associate this and that, right?
Data.
Big data, right?
Big data also.
The one thing I want to say, I don't have TikTok. I don't know have.
You don't have TikTok?
Yeah, I don't have TikTok. But I have page in Facebook. And Facebook
is how old you are. Facebook are about different generations.
From 90s.
80s or 70s?
that was fun.
80s or 70s?
Yes. So there's on Facebook give you the primary data about the gender you're following.
Yeah.
Followers.
Yes.
Yeah. Gender, age, preference.
Yeah, when you log into the Facebook first, you should choose how old are you and what patterns you like, what patterns you have focus on.
If this is 300 TikTok gave you their details, their data, that's very important for you. I think so.
Yeah.
So maybe TikTok also same Facebook also. There is in the setting. There's a setting. Maybe if you go there, there's a detail.
Google Ads.
That like a data, like survey. Each one. So each one of them they have data. You can if they can give you their data, you can do analysis for them, and you will.
Yeah, maybe I will show on the questionnaire. I can show.
Not the questionnaire.
Not questionnaire.
Not questionnaire. For example, I have 7,000 followers in my page, so I have data about them.
Followers, okay.
Yeah. Their gender, their age, their preference, their background. They give me Facebook. Give me. This is like a survey.
Yes.
Like chart.
I know on the Facebook they have that, but maybe on the TikTok they don't have.
Oh, TikTok.
Yeah,
You need to check.
Actually, you can ask
need to check.
the community manager to give you the backstage data. Right now. Okay.
This is the expert there, so it's the media, social media expert.
So as what we said, we're just this kind of charts, which is going to be some kind of early stage of the Web 1, the first generation of the Web 1.
Yeah.
So in this part, we're just going to be kind of like the customers automatically expose their information to those companies. But actually, it's just becoming into the next generation of the Web 2.0, and they will just use your kind of proof data. When you sum up, dislike, all these kind of things, or maybe you are searching some critical words when you use the searching, or what kind of things you. Maybe even the frequency of how you reflect the page. They can use this algorithms to calculate what kind of maybe prefer to create this kind of information for you. So it's just going to be specialized for you, so individualized.
Yeah, customized. So let's getting back to this one now. So if there's something you want to think about, Jonathan, yeah, be clear. What do you want to be founding father of? Yeah. What do you want to be founding scholar of? What authority, that knowledge authority you want to have for that, right? So and then you search the literature whether there's anyone who has studied it or studied it the way that you want to study, right? Right, so there is then you do and then you do your research. So you got to find a gap or vacuum in the literature or whether something that's been studied or not, and then carry out that way. So then you have something more novel, right? Right. So I'll talk about that one. Let's look at your research questions. I have some questions about research questions, but I think first we start with the wording of the research question. I think you use the word interrogate. No research. The research objective. Hanif. What's the objective? I think. Okay, you have the word interrogate. I think. Interrogate usually is the FBI or CIA
interrogation.
Yeah. So you replace that one with investigate.
Investigate. Not interrogation.
Yeah. So it's like, when the FBI or CIA have a lab and change the interrogation there.
I know this.
Chang is in North Korea.
North Korea style is another style.
Oh, it's a different style.
More brutal.
More effective.
I don't know.
More effective, right? Okay. Now we go to the points you are raising. That okay, let's. Sunglasses, okay.
Sunglasses.
If I don't have this one, I use this one. Okay, do you have to gain a nuanced understanding of identity production of elderly TikTok celebrities in China? So here is not the elderly TikTok celebrities, yeah. It's actually the identity production of the users or TikTok users of. Right? You're studying the identity production of the TikTok users, right? Am I right? I mean,
the creator or the watcher?
Maybe the user.
The users, right?
Yeah, the user. How they. But also. The content.
Yeah.
They also produce their identities.
Of course.
Of themselves.
So the point here is that you're not studying the celebrities. You're studying the TikTok users, right?
Yes.
So just replace it.
gain a nuanced understanding of the identity production of the users or TikTok users, whichever you phrase it, or the users of identity production of the users, meaning focusing on the word production of the TikTok users or the elderly celebrities. There you go. TikTok users of celebrity. Or you have the word TikTok twice there, but you can phrase it differently later on. But you get the point there, right? Because you're not interviewing the celebrities, right, Jonathan?
Yes.
You know, you're not interviewing the celebrities. You're interviewing the users, the citizens, right? Okay. But the part of the celebrity, but you're doing content analysis of the video of the TikTok celebrities.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So that is another research question.
Another research question.
Am I right? You're doing content analysis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that should be another research question, right? To examine or to analyze the content of TikTok elderly, what do you call it? TikTok elderly celebrities.
Elderly TikTok celebrities.
Elderly TikTok celebrities, that's better. That's right, Jay. Thank you. Elderly TikTok celebrities, that sounds better. Yeah. Right, so the question should be like that.
Production of the TikTok users.
So
and our content of the
yeah. No, and they have a separate research question. Separate research question. Huh? So to examine or to analyze the content.
So the below one is a research question. Below one is a research aim. And
yeah, you could. Basically, the research objectives are also, you flip it around and become research questions.
Oh, okay.
The other one you work on, and you just turn it into research question.
Okay.
Yeah. I think better in research question, but it's okay. You can do this too. So it's to analyze the content of elderly TikTok users. Right?
Oh, analyze. Yeah, analyze contents.
To analyze, so it's a separate question there, and then you're going to type the question there. Right? To analyze the contents of elderly TikTok users.
Elderly TikTok users. Elderly TikTok celebrities, I think.
No, no, not users. Elderly TikTok celebrities. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the second one.
Yes. Okay. So actually, the second one should be your first question. The second one should be your first question.
The second one should be my first question.
Yes.
And the first, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know that. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
analyze the celebrity first. And then
yes. Okay. Analyze the content of the videos, not the celebrity, the content of the videos, because the celebrity might lead quite a different life, but the videos might be something else. We don't know.
Yeah, the first one. Yes.
So the first one is the
contents of videos.
Yes.
Yeah, contents of videos.
Yeah. Okay. The second one is to look at the TikTok users.
Videos.
Yeah, contents of videos.
So you can rearrange it later, it's fine. In this method to in the image of the sheet. Okay. So the third question. So the third question. So maybe Hani will bring the first question up to the first one and the second question. To how elderly TikTok celebrities and the images I perceive and experience in daily life, explore mechanisms and identity of elderly TikTok celebrities. So, where is it? Yeah. So so to gain the nuance and understanding of identity production of TikTok users in relation to their perception of the content of, okay? So because you're not looking at identity production in general, you're just using it in the, go there again. Yeah. So, to gain, this is question number 2, right? To gain the nuanced understanding of the identity production of TikTok users in the context of, or in relation of, in relation to the perception, shall we use the word interpretation instead of perception? Interpretation. Interpretation. Yeah, there's an end there. Interpretation of the contents of the elderly, contents of the elderly TikTok celebrities. Yeah. Is that right? Okay. Okay.
To gain a nuanced understanding of the
okay. So, where is it? So just how about, this is a bit too long. This refers to gain a nuanced understanding, to examine the identity production. This is easier. Examine the identity production, examine. Examine the identity production of TikTok users in relation to the interpretation of the contents of the elderly TikTok celebrities. So this is question number 2. This is question number 1. Question number 1 is to look at the contents, right? Number 2 is to look at how is it being interpreted and how this the interpretation connected to the identity production. Right? Right. So again, we are not assuming that the contents is one influencing in one way. It could be the other way too, right? Yes. Meaning the identity is choosing the content, and it can be dialectical. The content can influence the identity production. Yes. You know what I mean? Yes. So this is where. Okay, right? So usually there's a tendency, people think one direction, how does the content influence me, right? Actually, usually there's a normal research that people do one way. It's actually sometimes it's me choosing the content also. Yes. And then in turn, by my choosing the content might influence me by amplifying me or change me, or whatever. It can be doing a lot of things to me there, but then it can be a dialectical process, right? I can be more deprived, because I feel I'm that guy 70 years old, have bicep, have tricep, right? I'm only 50 years old, I have one set only, The more I watch, the more depressed I get, which is actually one of the effects of
the effects also have on the teenagers. Yes,
but is this, we are streaming this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll check. I'll talk in general terms, right? I have one person I know, right, who is highly qualified, right? One of the best scholar or student in Malaysia, right?
Whoa.
Best student, and there are two best students, who is one of them, right? Highly qualified, I don't say his occupation, but highly qualified, top notch in his organization or manager. He resigned. He has a top, he's resigned, right? At the early age, like 40 something, and then join another organization, right? So
Why he joined?
So maybe there's some identity crisis, midlife crisis, something that the work doesn't satisfy the person, right? So the more the person works, the more not happy the person is, right? So this has to do with identity production. The person doesn't see that he is contributing because he's so smart, right?
Yeah.
And this organization is not like challenging him, right?
Okay.
Or doesn't allow him to challenge himself.
Yeah.
Rather,
He has the ability.
he has the ability. He's the best in the nation, right? Right? Academically, right?
You want to challenge him?
So this is no challenge to me, and yet he's in an organization that's very challenging. But there's no challenge to him. He's like the best,
Okay.
So he's resigned at early age, 40, something like that. So what I'm saying is here is this, that there are things that can happen in the transformation of the identity. So you can use the word production, transformation, you can think of different words. Right? So some people use the word production, reproduction of identity, right?
Transformation.
So think about those things. So so you have that one, and then you have this one. This one is a bit tricky. So I need to understand what you mean here. That's the last one that I need to understand. What do you mean by the exploit mechanism behind the identity?
Mechanism. Maybe sometimes the elderly celebrities create contents on video contents on TikTok, not based on themselves. Maybe based on some MCN companies or some their relatives help them to take videos, and they are famous on the TikToks because maybe like one celebrities on TikTok, Chinese TikTok is called
of production.
Her grandson help her. Her grandsons use the phone to record his grandma's lives, and his grandma's is become famous. But some the content creators, maybe his grandson, but the famous one is his grandma. So the elderly. So sometimes maybe the behind the identity production is
Behind the scene.
Behind the scene. So like some village girl working hard in the field, right?
So much.
You know so much.
Some Chinese village girl working hard in the field, right?
Yes.
Usually there's one of them or two of them,
Yes. Maybe group. Maybe
group, right? So somebody was doing that, right?
In Indonesia, elder become bigger. Bigger.
Bigger?
Yeah. Become bigger in TikTok.
Bigger.
Try to make their body wet. Mandi lumpur. Supaya dapat.
But this is social media, right?
Yeah, in TikTok also.
In TikTok also. Oh God, okay. So it's a lot.
Bigger in TikTok.
Bigger in TikTok. Okay, that's bad.
Using the elder.
Using the elder.
Content.
As a content, okay.
But we don't know behind the scene.
He's
Okay.
Maybe not the elderly, but he is a sample of this one.
Okay.
Called classmate Zhang.
Okay. By the way, before you show me this, let me. I might get distracted with my thinking.
It's very important,
Yeah.
Be quick.
So the point here is that you want to know the mechanism behind it, okay? So, and I see in your presentation just now, you want to interview some people who might be doing some consulting work or something like that, right?
Yeah, MC and stuff.
Yeah,
or-
so, okay. And how is this connected to your whole research, this part here?
Because it's also the way how produce the identity of the celebrities.
Okay.
Also, because sometimes on the TikTok they want to what about 人设?
Personal identity just to give you a
Character setting.
Special.
Character setting.
Correct. Assassination.
Yeah.
Character setting.
Character setting. Sometimes they the MCNs makes the celebrities to become someone who wants to see on the TikTok.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
because also have this also the ways.
The actor behind the scene.
Yeah. So, again, let's go to your title again. Go to your title again, Jack. So your title is
Identity production.
Elderly TikTok content creators. So it's actually your title will need to
Short video industry.
So the title will need to you need to redo the title because it's not about the TikTok content creators, right? It's about the users now.
Is it creators?
Identity elderly TikTok content creators. So you want to see your 300 people you're studying,
Yes.
right? The users,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So now they are, if you're doing this one, you're also studying another group of people now, the content creator, right?
content creator. It's
The-
not,
your-
it
your-
should
your
be
phone.
users.
Your fourth question is about the content creators, right?
Okay.
Am I right? So yeah,
Mechanism behind it.
we must stay sharp there, guys. The first one, explore mechanism behind identity production. So this is one about the content creators, right? Number 4, question number 4.
Yeah, I saw that. Explore the mechanism of elderly TikTok celebrities behind the
Those are the creators.
So it's in 2 groups now. And to study 2 groups?
Same with guideline.
No. I just want to because the reason why I want to focus on elderly TikTok celebrities because maybe as 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. The part one is the celebrities themselves, which they create videos.
The content.
Make their identities, and the second one is a second part is the users how to interpret them, how to watch them and what they think about the contents, and the third one is the third part is the MC and stuff. How they think about the content they created with the celebrities. Yeah, this is 3 part.
Okay.
So is that clear?
So so the first part is first part we have revised it. So it's more about the content rather than the celebrity, right? You're analyzing the content.
Analyze content.
So you're not interviewing the celebrity.
Yeah.
So the content, you can get content from the.
Yeah, I get the content now.
And you analyze it.
Yeah.
And then you will
use the data from your analysis,
Yes.
right? You can actually use it to design the survey or interview for the 300 people you want to interview, right?
Yes.
You can do that. So now we're talking about so one is the content, right? The other one is the interview, the people
The users. Right?
the users, right? Okay. Now the focus is on the users because it's about the users' interpretation, the identity production of the users, right?
Mhm.
That's the focus on your research. Is focusing on that one, right?
My research is focused
I
on
confused with this research.
The celebrities,
The identity production,
production of the celebrities.
not the celebrities, the users.
Focus on
Am I right? You're not looking at the celebrity and ask how do you become what you become. You're asking the users how is their identity being shaped, or how, right?
Yeah.
The celebrity, you're not asking the celebrity, you're just looking at the content.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a society of spectator, a spectacle. So you're asking the TikTok users on how they spectate the content of the celebrity, interpret it, and how does it produce or change or transform their identity, right?
Yes, how they change. Yes.
Right? So it's the people, the one that you're interviewing, surveying is the TikTok users, not the celebrities.
Yes.
The celebrities is only the content, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean that's clear with your research question now. Then, so research question number 1, to analyze the contents of the TikTok celebrities in China short videos. Yeah, very clear, right? Number 1. So it's like, what books do you read? I read the Red Book. The Red Book, right? I read the Red Book. China has Red Book, right?
微博
The Red Book.
No, 小红书.
Red Book.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Red Book. So they read the Red Book. So you ask the people, what do you think about the Red Book? How do you interpret the Red Book? This is how I interpret. So who wrote the Red Book is Mao Zedong, maybe somebody, I'm not sure, maybe Deng Xiaoping, maybe what's his name? Zhao Enlai.
Zhou Enlai, yes.
Right, so those the founders of modern China, right? Modern China, right? So never mind who did it, but the Red Book now is the TikTok content, right? Now the TikTok users are the people who read the Red Book, which is TikTok, right? I'm using just a metaphor, not real thing, right?
It's more easy.
You can say, yeah,
More
it's just
easy.
TikTok. Now you're going back asking, Mao Zedong, how do you do this Red Book, or Deng Xiaoping, how do you make this Red Book, right? Are you using that? You are, right? You're not doing that, right? Well, if you're doing that, there must be a reason how you're doing that. Because now your focus of identity production is on the reader of the Red Book, the reader of the TikTok, right? So question number 3 is a different question totally, because the question number 3 is connected to the people who produce the TikTok content creators. It could be the children, it could be the grandchildren, it could be some expert, because in China you have the business of people, you have like 10 people doing makeups, a video in front of them, right? You have something like that, right? Yes. Right, yes. There's a business doing that, right? Like not just 10, I think like 20, 30 or something like that.
The editor.
Yeah, you haven't seen that one? In China, there's some business.
I don't have a TikTok.
Oh man, you're so out of touch.
Yeah.
Should be you're young and you should go into TikTok. Right.
I also
for example, the Red Book, the author is read by But maybe the celebrate is made by a company.
That's right.
The actors.
Yeah, there's more than one person behind the scene, right?
Yes, there are lots of people behind
The scene. So I understand, Jonathan, you might be interested in that one, right? But how are you connecting that one to this research? If it's not connected, don't complicate your research. Don't make your research complicated, right?
Yeah.
Keep to the study of whom you want to study, right? If you find there's a connection, then you got to establish the connection to your research. Right?
Okay.
For the first question,
Yeah.
analysis content,
Yeah.
which is he need special data how to analyze a
The content. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then combining in the interview.
Yes. Yes.
You made it complicated method if you use research question 1 and research question 2, which is it's also need you combine more complicated method. Sorry. First, you have to analyze the content, which is you need a special method to analyze the content. Video. You analyze it. How you analyze this video? The first question in your method, and the second, you transform it in the question, asking many people.
Yeah.
It was hard, I think, if you add more question about whose people produce the video.
Yeah.
It's more complicated, more connecting problem and analysis theory, which is production, users, and
Product. Yeah.
identity. Which is more
Maintaining this
complicated.
1, 2, 3, that will be
1 and
enough.
2 is more enough.
1, 2, 3 is enough.
1, 2 is
4 is not enough. 4 is not necessary.
4 is not necessary?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's think. Okay.
Content analysis. How content analysis? I don't know how content.
That's what's number 3 just now.
You know?
Yes. This is number 3.
We use
This
it
is number 3. Yeah.
kind of a little research, but I don't know if that could be
So number 1 is this one.
yes.
Yes. Number 2 is this one.
We do that. We just told the battery.
So number 3.
Connect those words from the newspaper.
Number 3. So number 3, you don't even need number 3 right now. So number 3 is answered by number 2. And identity production of the TikTok users in relation to the interpretation of content. So number 3 you don't need. Number 4 also you do not need. Because number 4 you're analyzing a different group of people. Number 4 is also then just strike it out. Because number 3 is in number 2. So number 4 is different research. This is a different research. Right? And number 1 and number 2 can be connected because you're studying the content. You can ask, so you can ask about, what do you think about the music, right? Because part of the content is about the music, right? What do you think about the lyrics of the music? What do you think about the acting? What do you think about the scene? What do you think about the content, the food, or the health, or whatever, right? It's still about the content and how the content is being interpreted, right? Yeah, right. So now you can think about the third question, or you can maintain these two, and you can develop into something else after that. Right? So identity production, there are many things in identity production itself. So there is identity, you can maintain the identity, you can create new identity, yes. You can reproduce the identity or amplify, magnify, amplify, an identity, or you could also, the identity flux where you have multiple sides of the identity, it's like, so a person has Before they have one simple identity, now they have two identities, three identities, which is not necessarily wrong, right? It's not necessarily wrong. So you can think about, you can where's the, oh, we have over there. So in here, which we can turn into typologies of identity production. The identity transform. You can use the word identity transformation, identity, how to call it? Can use identity transformation. This is, by the way, your second question, research question number 2, right? From here, you can talk about. Here you can talk about how you maintain the identity, right? The other one is it amplifies the identity. Maintains, amplifies. So before this is maintain, meaning that they watch fitness, celebrity fitness video. Or they maintain it. The fitness person maintain the bigger fitness person. Amplified. Now they last time they do 10 reps, now they do 20 reps. Or
yes.
Now before it's just general health, now you want to be bodybuilder or whatever. Amplified. Right? The other one is about changing, right? Changes the identity. Before
some contents is not good for it's not fit for other users. Before has to change.
So before it was smoker, now it's no longer smoking. Something like that, right?
Okay.
Or before it's not smoking, now it's smoke cigar. Because all this rich people smoke cigars, smoke cigar. Something like that could be because or I want to look old and wise as smoke pipe, Castro, Fidel Castro style, right? Pipe, you know the pipe, right?
Yeah.
The pipe,
还要抽烟斗啦，还要抽烟斗啦，烟斗。The pipe.
The old guys,
Old guys, like the church.
Yes, I know that. Yes.
这一个烟斗啦。
So professor has a pipe. They don't see. They don't see secret like that. Changes. Changes. So the other one is you create multiply. So before I was just fitness guy, but now I'm also urban farmer. I listen to Kusalma. Now I want to plant eat my own vegetables. Eat ulam, I eat ulam now, right? If I watch Kusalma's video, if she does make video, well, she does. That's okay. I'll eat more. I become an urban farmer. So before I exercise, now I plow the land or whatever, Pilates. Exercise, so you can multiply.
I want to. Sorry to this. What's the difference between multiply and amplify?
Amplify is that before they're 10, now they go 20. Here it's 10, they become 10, right?
Yes.
That's amplify increases.
Strongly increases.
Yeah. Last time I'm happy, I'm happier now. Right? So last time it's 10 cigarette, now it's 20 cigarette.
Amplify will also increase.
Also same identity, but stronger identity. Right? Before I was just normal fashion, now I'm more fashionable as multiply. So it can multiply, it can change, it can transform, multiplies. What else? So the identity production. So the other one is so it's multiply. Multiply is this one is harmonious, right? It's harmonious. It's multiply. but become what's the word? Yeah, what's the word? Dissonance, right? Dissonance. But you can check different words. Dissonance is where this identity is against the other identity. Right? So, it's healthy, but smoking cigarettes or something like that. Right? It's a two identity that fight each other. And this one is it multiplies, but it's harmonious. Before I was a fitness guy, now I'm fitness, also urban farmers, harmonious, right?
Okay.
Harmonious, right? Now this one is fighting each other, the identity there. So this is conflict, right? This is conflict. So we can talk about, of course, we can talk about this identity confusion. I'm not sure. I have a professor last time, right? He's passed away now, but so I can talk about him. Yeah, he's a communication professor, right? He has 2 kids, wife, big guy, old guy, right? He went back home. He's married, no longer married a man. Yeah, sure, sir. Okay, so there will be changes of identity, right? You know what I mean? But they might be in a state of confusion. Am I a man, a woman? A woman tracks in a man's body. That means I'm still attracted to women, but I'm not quite a man, kind of.
Will.
Was it Thailand?
I just learned that, right? So that's identity confusion. So you can talk about typologies, right? Typologies of transformation, identity transformation there. Right? So that is something and if you've got identity transformation of the rich and famous, something like that.
So the first question must be clear.
What is clear? Yes.
Using discourse analysis
and rich and I mean I choose a different word. Rich and quiet. Rich and private. It's interesting. There are people like that. They are rich, but they don't tell you they are rich. Right? And there are a lot of that people around because they don't want to be kidnapped. They want to be
very hard to find someone who like that.
Yeah, it's good. They're rich, but they're private. They don't want to know. I tell you something. When I was in Manchester, right? So I was interested in Yong Chun Quan. So I went to an academy and learned. It's an Englishman teaching. He taught the different martial arts, and one of them is Wing Chun. So I learned Wing Chun there, so Yong Chun Quan. But then at the same time, I met another guy, a person, right? His hand was so fast. He said, "How did you do that?" So I said, he didn't want to reveal himself. But eventually, I was talking to him. And he told me where he learned from. It's not Yewen the so Yewen the 徒弟 不是弟子，我弄的。Okay. These are another generation. So you learn from
another
them.
generation.
So this is amazing. So yes, okay. Can you teach me? So he came to my house. He taught me Yong Chun Quan. Taught me the 1-inch punch, where the Bruce Lee can do is 1-inch punch, right?
Yes.
Only 1-inch punch like that, right? He did on me like I was flying away. It's real. It's not fake. It's real. You can just do like that. I was flying, And I have to put 2 phone books. The old phone books. Maybe you guys
phone book, yeah.
Phone books last time. Phone have thick books, right? Directory.
Yeah.
Directory, put 2 of them. He did that 1-inch punch to me, like flying away. Yeah, but he never told his name to me. So he said, never told me his name. He said, what's your name? Never told. And he told me, 1, you cannot know my name. 2nd, you cannot bow to me. I cannot bow to him. 3rd, I cannot shake his hand outside of the house. So I just like, this is like, Chen Long.
right?
Yeah, Jackie Chan.
Yeah, Jackie Chan, right? This reminds me of that Sir Sing Tiao also. You know? His master told him, you cannot. This reminds me of that one. Only when I went back, I was about to go back to Malaysia.
Yeah.
And he told me my name and where to find him. Whoa, it's like the old guru, you know. So I just want to tell you, there's people who are private. And one of the words he told me, I'm a very private man. I'm a very private man, you know.
Yeah.
So there are people who are rich and private. So be very interesting to study this group of people. The rich and private. Instead of rich and famous, right? What you do not want to be is poor and famous. You do not want to be poor and famous, that's bad. People approach you and you're poor, that's bad, that's bad.
Okay.
And a lot of, some of the actors and actresses, you know, after a while they cannot make it, you know, they just sell some noodles or dumplings on the roadside. That's a pity. People know you and you were once a big actor, famous but poor. That's bad combination.
So you can find 300
And the really
people like that.
But so you don't need 300. For people like that, you just need, you go for qualitative research. But the research part, the methodology comes after this one, after what you conceptualize. So always about your, so this can be your third question. Is there a typology and what are the typologies of the, so Hani can create another one, but you can rephrase it, improve it, up to you, you know, of the TikTok users.
Yeah, you can create one.
TikTok users.
And really interesting things in Chinese TikTok is that the celebrities, not elderly, the general celebrities on TikTok, they have to put on their real name. They have to put their
now it's the law, is it?
It's a regulation.
Regulation.
They have to put their real name on the TikTok profile.
Yes.
On the TikTok profile, so we can see the real their person's real name on that.
Or before they can use a different.
Before they can use different nicknames on there.
Okay.
But now they have to under the profile the maybe a little hashtag told us is real name. It's have real.
Yes.
Their name have real on the TikTok profiles.
Yes. Also, in that sense, you could see. Another thing you could do is if you want to do something even more in depth is for 4:15. So we'll need to leave at 4:30. Is if you know that kind of information, right?
Yes.
Right. You could use that information to also ask the TikTok users. You know, these are the celebrities, the TikTok celebrities. You know, the TikTok celebrities also have other profile there. You can ask, what do you think about the celebrity, right? Okay. So here is very targeted kind of research because you are using. You're not generalizing the content. You're using the content itself and use the content to ask how the contents are being interpreted. Right?
Interpreted, yeah.
Yeah. So so your research, there's a connectivity between the content and the users.
Content. And
You see what I'm saying, Jonathan? You're not analyzing content separately, the users separately, using the content and connecting the content.
Connecting, not separate.
Not separate.
Not separate.
Yeah. So in that sense, you might want to design a type of data collection instrument that's not just limited to one type of instrument. So if you're saying you're using survey only, you might not be able to get to a deeper group of people, right? So you might want to think about focus group discussion. You might want to think about interviews as well, so you can go deeper.
Oh,
right?
group discussion.
So that's where you want to think about having multiple instruments, not just survey, right?
Multiple instruments, okay.
But something that you need to think and you need to decide if you want to have more than one instrument as well. And why do you want to have more than one instrument? Which I think actually makes sense to have more than one instrument. But it's up to you how do you want to design it. But the research questions are clear. And then you think about the theory, the society of spectacle, and see how you can design research that is connected but not constrained by the theory. Because something theory can be constraining, especially for research that's new. Right? So if you're doing inductive, then you use the theory to inform, not to formulate the research or the interview questions. Right? The interview question will be more open-ended, more semi-structured or open-ended question. If it's inductive.
Are you using inductive?
You are using inductive, right? You said that.
Yes.
But stay focused on your research there.
Too many information, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, in my head. So.
Okay. All right. Finally, let me make sure I covered what I was saying. Okay.
So what about the next slide? Can I use for the three questions up on them is enough or not?
Yeah, those are enough. Add another one, which is that will be enough.
That will be enough.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you use the objective to change the research questions, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That's enough.
So I do not need to use.
You don't need to do that. Yeah, you don't need to do that because there will be another research, quite a big research there. Right?
Okay.
The third one, producing content production, right? That's the content production, right? Okay, that'll be all because once you redesign this one and you decide on your methodology again, Jonathan, yeah, then we will listen to your presentation. I would recommend to have a mix of instrument, not just survey. I think you're doing survey, right? So now, survey or something?
Survey.
Yeah. There? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But you also have some semi-structured interview, so that
yeah, semi-structured.
Yeah.
I also have that.
That's good. Yeah. That will work.
That will be okay.
That will be okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have thematic analysis. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah. Thematic analysis and content analysis.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. So this four will be sufficient. But the fourth one is about. The fourth one is data analysis, not quite your. It's not data collection instrument. It's data analysis, right?
Below that.
Number 4.
Data sampling.
The thematic analysis is how you're going to analyze it, right? Okay.
So phase 2, semi-structured, and data collection.
Yeah, you just reshape it according to the research questions now.
Yes.
But the Envivo is not the latest. The latest is Atlas, but you can still do your Envivo, doesn't?
Why Envivo more expensive?
Is it
more expensive?
More expensive.
than the Atlas?
Yeah.
Why I never don't know the prices of.
And I try email. We have technology center for the Envivo.
We do.
Yeah. So if you want Envivo, you need to email them, and then it will give to you through your supervisor.
Okay.
But I not receive
the email.
reply from
The
my
reply,
email.
yeah, you haven't. Okay.
Okay, follow up on them and if meaning.
Because I checked the price is more expensive.
So USM provides it.
You need email the center and then we'll give you.
Oh, okay. So I think they're having a limited number of users maybe. So not only those who want or need it be.
Yeah, maybe.
So they may be asking that she needs it. I think
It's very expensive. I won't buy, but when I check the prices.
How expensive?
1,000 and something dollars.
Per year.
Dollars.
Yeah, or per month. Per year.
But USM provides it.
Provide, but you need permission.
Oh, so which means, do you have to pay USM? No. So that one is you buy it separately, 1,000?
Separately.
Okay.
No.
USM
Provide, but you need permission.
Okay, so you can.
USM provided. But we need to
apply for it.
Ask and get permission from the
ask consultation or
the center.
the center.
The center.
Ask the center first, and they will send the email to the professor,
Yeah.
and professor get the permission to ask.
If you buy Atlas DI, is more cheap. Cheaper.
More cheaper. Okay.
Which one is cheaper?
Atlas.
No.
Atlas DI.
Atlas.
Okay, I will need to get going now. By the way, if you have all the social media stuff, right? One way to, I wanted to start this movement, but I never started this movement, but I did it for myself, which is create weird stuff on your social media. Skunk, what my hobby, my animal that I like is skunk. You know what skunk is?
Skunk?
Skunk. Skunk is an animal that gives you bad smell.
Oh, 臭鼬.
Because if you like dogs, they associate people who like dogs. Cats, I like skunks, right? I traveled to Botswana in Africa.
Botswana, yeah.
Botswana in Africa. I traveled to Kamchatka, which is in eastern Russia, right? I create all these fake stories about myself, so that when they profile me, they get a wrong profile about me. You know what I mean? So there was once I said I was in Moscow or something like that, right? The director asked me, what? Rivani is in Russia now? Because I took pictures and then, so the profiling algorithm would detect Russia,
So you're actually been there?
No, never been there. So
you pretend you are.
I created fake profile of myself. So when my friends ask, I will answer in Bahasa B, I will answer by that, I will reverse that, so that the algorithm cannot profile me, you know what I mean? So, I would say I like, who likes skunks, right?
Yeah.
You know what skunk is, Skunk is the animal that gives bad odor, bad smell.
Like a squirrel.
Like squirrel, but
So it smells, but
yeah. So instead of letting them profile you, you confuse them with weird stuff. And then I find what is more cheap. So it's so that Facebook cannot profile you. When they profile you, it'll be different. They cannot. They can. Last time the Facebook uses, data analytics. Yeah, they use this profiling for Obama. Obama, who would vote for Obama? They found out that those who eat in Red Lobster would vote for Donald Trump. Those who eat in the seafood stuff, well, not seafood, the healthy stuff, vote for Obama. So they know based on data analytics, big data. So
how to access that?
They pay Facebook to get access to that data.
Oh my God.
So Donald Trump is very good in accessing this data. He never showed it because he employed somebody to do this. So not many people know that Donald Trump uses big data big time.
Data analytics from Cambridge Analytics is called. Cambridge Analytics. So if you do not want to be, profile accurately, create fake stories about yourself. So he said, I support Republican Party. Go mega! Make America great again. So in the profile you come up with something else. So sometimes my friend asks me, you mega? Yeah. I said, if you believe that Mickey Mouse is the president of the United States, believe that statement too.
It's like you are protecting, performancing another man, like leading a whole different life in the social media network.
But my friends know, because I'm joking. I said, let's start a movement to confuse the algorithm. I said,
yes, and you just said, I'm in Russia, but your friend is just here, he saw you, just beside me.
So if a lot of people do that, millions of people do that,
I think
algorithm would not work. The big data cannot use us. So we got to, I wanted to do that, to start a social movement to break the big data. Because the big data is being exploited by big companies, right? Big companies and big governments to exploit us.
Create this kind of a civilian society.
Civilian society. So they do not know how to profile weird people, that's the thing. So you create weirdness in your profile, but you tell your friends first. Okay, I gotta go soon.
Okay, last question, Professor. Is that okay for the title?
The title would need to change, You go, as I told you, that your title is no longer about identity production of elderly TikTok content creators. It's identity production of
The users of.
you could call it TikTok users, TikTok users of elderly TikTok celebrities.
Description.
I know that. So TikTok celebrity. You don't even need to use content creators. Right? Just throw it content creator there. And then
Content creator.
So it's either the production of TikTok users of elderly TikTok celebrities in China or
Short and clearly.
Yep.
That is good.
Yes. That's a working title. That's a good title to start with.
Okay.
It's a good title to start with. This is the one I'm asking you. So, do you have any other questions about your?
not yet. Maybe the research.
So thank you for making the correction. My name the. But anyway, that's important. That's not important for me, but it's important when it comes to Bible. Spelling of names are important, things like that. This is your comment. This is my comment.
This action.
Yes, I understand that. But why do you highlight it? Why do you highlight it?
那怎么办后来？
挂
了，
当场就挂了。
Sorry.
Why do you highlight that?
Because highlight fine. When you go to the thesis, you will find this. Highlight the thesis.
所以他的意思就是让我
Oh, just I know that. I know you highlight
对，他就是让你说只要研究
Well,
优
that's
色，
the only
不
reason
要
you
研究
highlight it.
Just I want you easy.
我知道你是想提很地基，就想你先研究这种受众。
构建。
That's the only reason, not that.
No, just
Oh, okay.
easy for you to
Okay.
But I want to go with just this.
其实是别人构建
The last one here.
对吧？
I need to ask you about this. If I can delete it or
但是你不用花很多精力去研究，就是这个名人这个 creator 的 就是他的意思，如果我要是演，
是还是自己构建自己，就是从那个。
你可以研究它的内容，就是他的意思就是你不要去研究 celebrity， 你可以研究 celebrity 的
因为如果
内容。
研究 celebrity， 我就要去采访 celebrity。
对对，就是你要对300个人，你也研究不到啊。
那太多了。
所以你就是 focus on that。
20个名人的话，我会把他们所有的那个特征全列出来，他有多少粉，他的特性是什么，他的内容创作是什么，会有一个超级大的表格。然后他的创作内，那就是让我研究内容，
对，内容就是
让我研究内容。